Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we are about to start the Congress, so may I invite you to take your seats as soon as possible, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I'd like to invite to our stage the EPP President, Mr. Manfred Weber, and the EPP Presidency members. Please, as soon as they take their seats, we start this Congress. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress must start right now. So may I invite you to take your seats, please? And of course, all the cameras must leave all the grade. The Congress is starting about now. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, last week, the Pope Francisco passed away. To honor the memory of this most holy Pope Francisco, may I ask you to stand as we observe a minute of silence. But before that, I'd like to invite once again the EPP President Manfred Weber and the EPP Presidency members to take their seats. Thank you very much.
Spain is a country of rich history, strong communities, and a deep commitment to democracy. But today, we face challenges that will shape our future. Economic uncertainty, shifting alliances, and evolving global challenges remind us of the need for stability, responsibility, and leadership that unites rather than divides. Our shared future depends on policies that strengthen the economy, protect jobs, and create opportunities for all. reinforcing the core values and priorities of the EPP. Spain is part of a strong European family, where democracy prevails and the rule of law must be upheld. By working together across institutions, regions, and communities, we can build a world that is prosperous, secure, and prepared for the future. Now is the time to focus on solutions, to create an economy that rewards hard work, to invest in education and innovation, to protect our institutions and strengthen trust in democracy. Together for Spain, for stability, for the future.
I couldn't hear very well this applause. A little bit louder? Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, welcome to the 29th European People's Party here in Valencia. As we just saw in the video, Valencia is the perfect city, embodies all the spirit of Europe. So I wish and I hope you will enjoy a lot this fantastic city. Well, I see familiar faces among you, but most of you doesn't know me, so let me introduce myself. My name is Silvia Jato. I'm a Spanish TV presenter, broadcast journalist, an economist also. Maybe this is my flaw. It was a joke. Thank you. Wasn't it? No, never mind, never mind. It's my pleasure, and I'm very excited to present in these two intense and enriching half-day sessions, because I think they will be intense and enriching because you will have the opportunity to listen to inspiring speeches from many EPP leaders, as well as thought, inspiring, provoking panel discussions, very well moderated by my colleague, Patricia Betancourt. We'll talk about many topics, maybe the most important and most concerning for all of European citizens: defense, migration, economics, well, to name but a few examples. And as this is a EPP Congress co-hosted by our national Partido Popular, and if I follow the script, that for me is very complicated, this is another flaw, of course. I like to become this great Congress in a great movie with our main characters. So, as already Mr. EPP President Manfred Weber is seated, and as well all the EPP Presidency members, here comes the moment, maybe one of the most special moments for me, because I never thought to introduce him in English. Even at this Congress, even at his home. Believe me, I never thought this situation. I know him from a long time ago, and I have to say to all of you that I deeply admire from the bottom of my heart, because he's one of the greatest politicians we ever had in Spain and in Europe. So, as you are starting this applause, I'd like to welcome at this home here in Valencia, his city, his loved city, to the Secretary Vice President of Partido Popular and co-host of this Congress, Mr. Esteban González Pons, with a warm and big applause. Welcome, Mr. Esteban.
In English, thank you, Silvia. Dear Manfred, dear Ursula, dear colleagues of the Presidency of the party, dear friends coming all across Europe, I'll say it in my own language, which is not exactly Spanish, it is Valenciano. Benvinguts a Valencia. Hoy no me tocaba.
Today it wasn't actually me who was supposed to be inaugurating this Congress, but rather it was President Alberto Núñez Feijóo. And later on we will be able to hear from him. But now he needs to fulfill his obligations, and he is in contact with the people who yesterday suffered from the blackout, and he is collecting together all of the information on what happened and coordinating the response of our regional presidents, who unfortunately also send their excuses for not being here today. The mayor of Valencia will not be here, nor the president of the Valencian region, because they are both fulfilling their institutional obligations. It is a shame. Spain deserves more information, true information, and no disaster which can be attributed to negligence or to bad governance should ever happen again. The last 24 hours have been very difficult for Spain and also for Portugal. And for this reason, and before we start, I would like to express our solidarity with everyone who's been affected and the victims of the electrical blackout, and our recognition and our admiration for all of the professionals who are doing the very best they can to guarantee basic services being able to continue to reach all of the population. Police, doctors, fire services, bus drivers, taxi drivers, hotel managers, teachers. Our admiration is there for you and our thanks. And to the millions of Spaniards who yesterday showed an exemplary level of civil responsibility. Yesterday we were put to the test, and Spain blacked out, but the Spanish citizens didn't. Spain is a nation that has a state but not a government. And every time something happens, something undesirable happens like yesterday, it's the state that saves the Spaniards without there being a government. My country deserves a president that doesn't think just of himself and his family. I am Valencian. I was born in this land, and in this land is where I will be buried. And I'd like to start by sending out a very strong and warm hug to all of my neighbors, because today, 6 months ago today, our soul was broken. We lost many of our loved ones with the floods, and I know that you remember that both in your minds and in your hearts. My eyes saw the strength of the water and the pain of this disaster, but also solidarity and the greatness of these people. Nothing can stop us. And once again, we have raised up in adversity and we continue to work. And so we need to learn from what's happened, and we need to improve. Valencia is Europe, and Europe is not going to fail. When there are disasters, we need to listen, and we need to see how we can be more useful. We need to work to be more agile, and we need to ensure that help arrives more quickly and from the very first day. And also in our reconstruction projects, both in the midterm and the long term, we need to make sure that as far as possible we can ensure that these types of disasters can be avoided. As a Valencian, today I feel proud that the Congress that is representing my party in all of Europe is being held here. It couldn't have been a more symbolic decision, and so thank you very much on behalf of everybody. Dear colleagues, this Congress isn't just yet another Congress. This is a Congress to define the future of Europe. And as the first political force on the continent, we are responsible for the future of our organization. We are responsible for the future of the European Union. The future is something that we will manage, and success or failure is something that will only depend on us. It's a task that requires moderation, requires prudence, requires firmness in our ideas, but also requires a need for or ability to dialogue and an ability to come to an agreement. All of these characteristics are to be found in our president, my friend Manfred Weber. Weber, who, during this Congress, will be re-elected as the president of the European People's Party, if all of you accept him as such. And I think that with this we will all agree. Dear Manfred, it's an honor to have accompanied you through all of these years and to have fought alongside you for Europe in which we all believe. An exceptional woman is going to accompany Manfred now, a Catalan who represents the heart and soul of the Spanish People's Party. It's a privilege for the Spanish People's Party that, following the legacy of Tono López Istúriz, if this Congress elects her, the next Secretary General of the European People's Party will be my colleague, Dolores Montserrat. Dear Dolores, dear Dolores, the task that you have ahead of you is not a small task, but you know that you have the support of all of the Spanish People's Party and, of course, of my support.
We stand at a defining crossroad. History and the European People's Party must step forward with determination. This isn't about nostalgia for the past. It's about building a future rooted in our heritage. That future, despite what national populists and radicals may say, is called Europe. A Europe united in diversity. Europe does not erase nations. It empowers them. Europe does not erase identities. It unites them. And Europe does not impose uniformity. It integrates. And that's why in this moment in history, we can look Ukrainians in the eye and say, your cause is ours. We stand with Ukraine yesterday, today, and tomorrow, whatever it takes. And to our friends from Sweden, Finland, Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia who are here today, we stand with you and we will never leave you alone, because we know that you will never leave us alone if we needed you. This is the project we defend for Europe, and this is the only way of doing politics that we know. Being European is to know that you will never walk alone. Dear friends, my last words are of gratitude for those who made this Congress possible, and not always it's been so easy. To the people that works in the EPP headquarters, for the people who has built all this that we are saying. And allowed me to, on behalf of all of them, to show my gratitude to Maria Jesus Molina as the Spanish woman that it's been working with this team. I sincerely hope you all enjoy your stay in Valencia, a great city in a great nation and in an even greater country. This Congress will be a success, Manfred, I'm sure about that. And now, let's begin the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words, Mr. Esteban González Pons. And now it's time to start with our interventions by the leaders from non-European Union countries. So please welcome with a big round of applause to the stage Ms. Erna Solberg, the opposition leader and the party president of Høyre.
dear Manfred, dear Ursula, dear EPP friends, we gather in Valencia at a moment in which the security situation in Europe is the most challenging since the Second World War. Russia has violated the most fundamental principle of the UN Charter, non-aggression between states. Hundreds of thousands are killed and wounded. Millions are suffering. The responsibility for the dying and the suffering lies with Russia, and Russia alone. Russia can choose at any moment to end the war, and not an inch of Russian territory will have been lost. We are united in our resolve to stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. On the battlefield, at the negotiation table, we will continue to provide arms, munition, financial and political support so that Ukraine can achieve a lasting peace on terms of its own choosing. Ukraine's place is here, among us, as in a Europe of free, safe and prosperous nations. Our firm stance on Ukraine is underpinned by our consistency in upholding rules-based order everywhere and always. We condemn the violation of the international law both by Hamas and by Israel. We will discuss here in Valencia how to strengthen our national and common defense. And Høyre is working consistently and patiently for a future Norwegian membership in the European Union. But until that day comes, we want Norway to be as closely aligned as possible with the European Union in defense and security policy. So, dear EPP friends, at the center right, we know that a strong Europe needs soldiers, tanks, warships, and fighter planes. But it also needs to be backed by a strong economy. Our parties are built on the premise that the international trade creates more prosperous and more peaceful societies. When our allies and friends challenge this premise, we must stand firm and confidently by our values. What we need in the future is both a strong defense, a strong alliance, and stronger economy for Europe. An economy that creates jobs and inclusion for all. So, dear friends, even though we are not members of the European Union yet, we are one European single market, and together we will dismantle remaining hurdles and fortify our common strengths. Thank you, and good luck with the conference.
Now we will hear Mr. Petro Poroshenko. Welcome to the stage.
First of all, I want to thank Partido Popolare for the extreme hospitality. I want to thank President Manfred Weber for the strong solidarity with Ukraine and great leadership, for the President Ursula von der Leyen, for all the presidents, prime ministers, ministers, leaders of the opposition, on behalf of Ukrainian citizens, on behalf of Ukrainian soldiers, on behalf of the Ukrainian volunteers, let me thank you for the unwavering and strong support of Ukraine. In time of the chaos and disruption, everyone is looking for the anchor of stability. And today, many nations see the European Union as such an anchor. I believe that under the strong leadership of the European People's Party, the EU will succeed in this mission. And I also want to congratulate and thank Chancellor Tobias Friedrich Merz, a strong leader. All the best at the helm of Germany. Dear friends, the global leadership of the free world is being tested by war of Ukraine. Top priority number one is to bring credible and lasting peace. We need a just peace, not just a peace. And it must not come at any price. We need the peace through strength, not the peace through business. And no peace through capitulation and appeasement to aggressor. Many talk today about the Crimea. We have nothing to talk about. Crimea is Ukraine. And for me, this is a symbol of the international law and security. Our top priority number two is to use maximum next 3 years to strengthen our political, economic, and military resilience. We should be prepared to any scenario. All of us has witnessed the scale of disruption of everyday life here by Spain yesterday by electricity shortage. Millions of Ukrainians have lived through it last 3 years. We in Ukraine have experienced to share how to deal with the blackout and on how to fight our enemy, our joint enemy. In this challenging geopolitical environment, our unity and common position is the only guarantee to success. Therefore, there is a need for the strong European consensus on, first, non-recognition policy of illegal annexation of the Crimea, Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions. Thank you. And I call on the EPP parties to push the national parliament for adoption of the relevant resolution for non-recognition. Deployment of the Western military contingent in Ukraine under the coalition of willing as a deterrence. And I call EPP parties to be a promoter of this perspective for the sustainable security situation in Europe. Secure and efficient EU sanction regime against Russia until just and long-term peace in Ukraine. And I call the EPP party to stay committed to no return to business as usual with Russia. Strengthening Europe's and Ukraine's defense, military resilience, and capability to counter potential Russian threat. And I call EPP to push 0.25% of the GDP worth of military assistance in Ukraine. Pushing forward EU accession talks with Ukraine, merit-based undoubtedly. And I call EPP to push opening negotiation chapters now and securing democracy and rule of law in Ukraine, in time and after the war. And I would call you to send strong message and encourage the Ukrainian authority to consolidate political unity, the rule of law, multi-party pluralism and right of the opposition in Ukraine, and to stop politically motivated prosecution or illegal use of sanctions against the opponent. EPP must lead in forging such a European consensus, including by adopting the strong and ambitious Congress resolution on support of Ukraine. Thank you.
Now we call to the stage Mrs. Julia Tymoshenko. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, dear friends. I will speak Ukrainian. Please do wear your headsets. It's a privilege to be here with you today in this inspiring city of Valencia. In Ukraine, we have always felt the warmth and support of the Spanish people. And today, I want to sincerely thank to Spain from the bottom of my heart. I remember our Congress in Rotterdam in May 2022. Back then, the war has already been going for 3 months. We spoke the language of pain. We were emotional, but very determined. We believed that the power of unity, democracy, and solidarity would help us endure. Today, in April 2025, we have gathered in Valencia. The war has now lasted not 3 months, but 3 years and 3 months. And today, here in Valencia, I want to say again, it's still we feel a pain, but Ukraine has endured. We have preserved our statehood, our independence, our sovereignty, our very existence. Together, we endured, and now we are obliged to win, has to win. Ukraine endured thanks to the indomitable spirit of our people, to the heroism of our army, but also thanks to our unity, for your support. But at what terrible price? Tens of thousands of our best people have been killed. 14 million, 1/3 of Ukraine's pre-war population, have been displaced. 7 million refugees, 63,000 Ukrainians has gone missing. More than 20,000 of our children have been abducted by Russia, torn away from their families, their homes, and their homeland. The enemy occupied almost a quarter of our territory. This is the bloody price Ukrainians have already paid and continue to pay every day for their freedom and independence, for our and your freedom. Here is my message today. As the war enters the 4th year, we have no right to weaken. We have no right to accept capitulation terms. Only a just and lasting peace from the position of stress, the peace we have earned. Only such peace is acceptable. To achieve this, we must strengthen understanding and unity between Ukraine, Europe, and the United States, just as it has always been. It would be not easy, but this is the way forward. This war is not just about the territory. It's about the values that shaped Europe after the Second World War. It is about the values that Wilfried Martens, the great European Christian Democrat, one of the founders of the European People's Party, man who believed that politics is about service, stood for. This war is about values. Those were Ursula von der Leyen, Roberta Metsola. This flag are still held high today by Manfred Weber. I thank you, Manfred. I and my team fully support you as the President of the European People's Party. It is these shared values that have been attacked today by Russian missiles. It is these values that are trying to erase from the map of the world all dictators and the terrorists who would like to divide the world. But together, we will not them to do it. Dear friends, Ukraine is not a beggar. Ukraine is an ally. We have proven that we are capable not only of defending ourselves, but also protecting of Europe. But for Ukraine to continue doing so, Europe must significantly strengthen Ukraine. Ukrainian soldiers are freedom fighters. They are defending not only Kiev, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Odessa. They are defending Berlin, Warsaw, Paris. They are defending Madrid and Valencia. I'm convinced, as I was in Rotterdam on our previous Congress, Ukraine's place is in the European Union. And this is not just political wish. This is a historical necessity. And we believe and strive for Ukraine to become a member of the European Union under fair conditions, not worse than those of other member states. The war should not make corrections that would weaken Ukraine as far as conditions for the membership. Security of Europe starts from the security of Ukraine, because Europe's security and security of Ukraine are indivisible. But it must be strengthened by creating a joint European security system and strengthening strong security and defense of every country. This will only make NATO stronger. Today, I would like particularly to thank every member of the EPP, every European politician who stood and stays by us throughout these years. Especially I want to thank you for the support you provided to Ukrainian refugees whom you welcomed as family. We felt your support in the decisions of your parliaments, in the words of your leaders, in the daily help that saved lives. But now it is time for new decisions. It is time for decisions that cannot be postponed. That is why we will need a clear strategy for victory, not just strategy of defense and containment. Our team co-authored the resolution, Solidarity with Ukraine, which I hope will be adopted tomorrow at the Congress. It calls for the maximum increase and acceleration of military technical assistance to Ukraine, particularly through the provision of air defense systems and long-range missiles. We also call in this resolution to accelerate accession of Ukraine to the EU. Not wait until 2030, but as soon as possible, hopefully by 2026. We also will insist to use frozen Russian assets to expand sanctions on key sectors of the aggressor's country, but also supporting Ukraine's economy should be part of our joint strategy. Dear colleagues, today I want to make a special appeal to you. Please support the continuation of the autonomous trade measures, ATM regime, introduced by the European Union in 2022. With our seaports blocked and logistic infrastructure destroyed, these measures helped Ukraine survive economically. This ATM regime is not a charity. It is investment in shared stability. And Europe has the power to make it happen without barriers. Now is not the time to restore trade barriers of the pre-war restrictions, because without exports there will be no economy, and without the economy there will be no frontline. Our resilience is your resilience. Our victory is your victory. We're not asking for favors. We're talking about a shared plan. We need fair and immediate peace, recovery and development, not just to build our infrastructure, roads and cities, but to modernize the entire Ukrainian state. The European People's Party, our family, political family, has all the resources, political, intellectual and moral, to become one of the key architects of this transformation of Ukraine. Ukraine, together with Europe, must realize this joint plan in the shortest possible time. And finally, I want to speak about what matters even more than geopolitics. We are one civilization. We are one European family. And we have no right to leave each other halfway. If Wilfried Martens were here today, he would say, Europe is not just a market, it is a destiny we choose together. We struggle, we overcome. Today, this destiny is defended with arms in hand, but tomorrow it will be free and successful. Glory to Ukraine, glory to Europe. We will win. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I'd like to inform you that you can exercise your right to vote for the president from now until 5:30, not minute more, not minute less. So you can do it. And now the next speaker will be the Mayor of Kyiv, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko. Let's welcome with a big round of applause.
Dear President, Marino Perspective, dear Ursula von der Leyen, dear friends, great to be here in Valencia, in Spain, with great EPP family, and big honor to make a speech from here, from the stage. First of all, I will be never tired to say thank you very much for everyone who supports Ukraine. Very important. Without your support, we can't survive. And 1,000 times thank you for everything what are you doing to support our homeland. Very important, critical important, life important for us. We're coming together to talking about our plans, to talking about the challenges what have European country, democratic world, and to find solution for these challenges. Yesterday, one of the challenges here in Valencia, in Spain, in Europe, one of the biggest blackout, we have to be prepared for that. Actually, it's daily problem in our home country. Always I give a question, why is the reason to destroy critical infrastructure of peaceful city? Just one explanation, to bring depression to the people, to let people to live without electricity, water, heating. It's a huge challenge for us, and it's very important to know what we have to do, and it's a critical situation, and to help the people to give the services to everyone. I want to remind to everyone, and everyone have to understand, simple question. What is the reason of this senseless war? The reason, because we Ukrainians want to build European democratic country. Putin saying, I'm not agree with you. Ukraine belongs to Russian Empire. Today we're fighting for our democratic future. We're fighting for to be part of European family, to build independent country. It's very important to understand we defend not just our homeland, we're defending every one of you, because the plans to rebuild Soviet Empire, huge. When we listen a lot of speeches from Moscow about Baltic countries, please never forget Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia. Part of Germany was also the part of Russian Empire, where Putin working as KGB agent a couple of years ago. It's very important to bring the peace back to Europe. If you're asking in Ukraine, in Europe, everyone have a dream to bring peace back. And we hope this will be democratic solution, diplomatic way, how we bring the peace back to Ukraine, but very important, never forget about national interest of Ukraine is this conversation. It's and very important to save Ukraine as democratic country. Some forces try to, in Ukraine, covered a lot of political games inside the country, covered with the war. But it's very important, never forget what fighting we're for. We're fighting to build democratic country, democratic Ukraine. And we have never forget about values. It's very critical, important to save Ukraine as part of European family with European values. And also the way Putin accepts just the power. That's why we have to be strong. We will be strong when we together. Some simple example from my past time as sportsman. Every finger in your hand is strong enough. But if fingers come together, it will be times stronger. That's why its unity around Ukraine is key for peace and freedom in Europe. Thank you very much one more time for everyone who support Ukraine, who support democracy and Ukraine. Ukraine, it's country who actually defend democracy in Europe, and we fighting for our dream in one day to be the part of European family. Thank you for everything. What are you doing for our homeland? Slava Ukraini! Thank you.
Thanks for your words. Next to take the stage, the opposition leader, Mr. Lumir Adbiscu. Welcome to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, dear friends of the European People's Party, it is an honor to stand before you today representing the Democratic League of Kosovo, a party born in resistance, defined by values, and led by vision, as so is my country. I speak to you today not just as the leader of LDK, but as a citizen of a small country with a big European dream, a dream born in struggle, cultivated in hope, and carried forward by a generation, my generation, set to build a future in peace, democracy, and unity with a neighboring country and the West. A quarter of a century ago, during my country's darkest hours, Europe stood by us. In the late 90s, while Milosevic Serbia waged a war of aggression against Kosovo in a bid to ethnically cleanse our people, Western democracies, Europe, and NATO stood by us. You stood by us not for power, not for territory, but for principle. Kosovo was a battleground where values of freedom triumphed over the fear, and where Western solidarity found its moral clarity. And let me emphasize to our Ukrainian friends, Ukraine today faces a similar cruel aggression, and Kosovo stands once again on the side of those who fight for the right to exist. We know what it means to be left in the dark and what it takes to walk toward the light hand in hand with friends and allies. Let us hope and work that your allies remain steadfast on the right side of the history. Kosovo remains on your side of history. And while my country has walked forward, embracing democracy, building institutions, aligning every single policy with the European spirit, we are still held back by an outdated conflict, and with that, an outdated mindset. That 25 years after the war, still keeps breathing behind our necks. At our doorstep stands a neighbor that has refused to change. It clings to the past, denies the truth, promotes hatred, and shields those that threaten our peace. 25 years after the war, it still denies our right to exist. But let me be clear, not only do we exist, we thrive. Republic of Kosovo thrives. As a sovereign state, as a democracy, and we, as a generation, set to reach its European destiny. We are moving forward, and we will not be stopped. We have a moral and democratic duty to lead our children, our young, hopeful generation, toward the future of peace and prosperity. And that future lies here in Europe, alongside other nations that share same values. So once again, I call on Europe. Stand with us. Help carry this shared mission together forward. This is not just Kosovo challenge, it is Europe's as well, because every effort to stall our progress is an attack on the very idea of Europe as whole, free, and united. To the few countries who have yet to recognize Kosovo, it has been 25 years. That is long enough. We have earned our place through reform, through resilience, and through unshakable belief in the European path and European dream itself. Let me also extend my appeal for our region as whole. The Western Balkans must no longer be Europe's unfinished business. We do not ask to be seen as backyard. We are your equal partners, ready to contribute, ready to build, and ready to belong. By fighting for Western Balkans, you and us together fight for Europe itself. And we must fight for Europe, the one we always believed in, the one that calls to each one of us to defend it. Because it's our home, it's our destiny. And in the last few months, the need for such Europe has appeared clearer than ever. And either we stand united for this dream, for all countries, in one continent as a whole, or we risk falling into irrelevance and fragmentation. We, the youngest country in Europe, have made our choice. Now you, the founders of this dream, must reaffirm yours. Let us never forget the European Union was born from the ashes of the war, shaped by the courage and driven by visionaries who believed in something greater than themselves. It's time to renew that dream, and more than anything else, to renew that courage in defending Europe, in uniting Europe, in opening final doors of Western Balkans and Republic of Kosovo to this Europe. Kosovo stands before you not as a country asking for a favor, but as a partner offering something more powerful: faith. Faith in democracy, faith in peace, and faith in an enduring idea of Europe. Thank you very much, and God bless EPP.
And the next speaker, we will hear the opposition leader, Ms. Tina Bokuchava. Let's welcome her.
I would like to thank President Weber and all of you for your leadership in defending the foundational values that bind us together, that are being tested all across Europe. While Putin wages a brutal war of aggression against Ukraine, he deploys hybrid warfare against Georgia, the country I am proud and honored to represent before you today. One seat among our delegation, however, lingers strikingly empty. A seat that belongs to the third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, a man that has stood before you and that stood up to Putin in 2008 during the Russian invasion of Georgia, warning Europe of Putin's imperialist intentions long before Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine. For this courage, he has paid with his freedom in political imprisonment for the 4th year in a Russian-backed regime. Bidzina Ivanishvili has crushed our achievement of EU candidacy. having his puppet prime minister announce the suspension of Georgia's European integration, following a fraudulent election that has widely been recognized as a Russian special operation against the Georgian people. This announcement sparked nationwide protest all over the country. The regime responded with ruthless violence, with crackdowns, arresting over 500 people. Over 50 individuals remain in political imprisonment. The regime resorted to systemic mistreatment and torture of detainees, adopted draconian laws, introduced excessive fines, and even today raided the private homes of activists in order to instill fear and to silence dissent. And yet, the heart of Europe has continued to beat in Tbilisi, as the protest has continued uninterrupted for 153 days. We, the Georgians, have shown resilience and courage against Kremlin-orchestrated terror and in pursuit of our common European future. But Europe must stand in unity against our common enemy, for only resolute action can stop the man that brought war back to the European continent. In Georgia's context, action means sanctions. Individual, targeted sanctions against Ivanishvili and his Kremlin-backed cronies. Putinist regimes thrive on complacence. They feed on division. And therefore, Europe must lead in unity and in resolute action. Europe must lead, and Europe will lead. And EPP will once again do its deed in securing a Europe whole, free, and at peace. I thank you.
And the next speaker will be the party president, Mr. Giancarlo Venturini.
Signor Presidente, cari colleghi.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, in such a chaotic and fragile time, upholding a steadfast commitment to the values of democracy, peace, and social justice is not merely a rhetorical exercise, but is a forward-looking and necessary political choice. The Europe of today is a united Europe, but it's a wounded and somewhat disoriented Europe. Conflicts and the international geopolitical context highlight the most pressing needs of this historical moment. And those needs are to continue to promote and to defend our common European identity and unity. The wars that are being fought today, particularly in Ukraine and the Middle East, remind us that peace is never guaranteed. It demands constant and strenuous commitment. The future will not be built by force, nor by the desire for conquest, but by the patient application of democratic methods, the constructive spirit of consensus, and the respect for freedom. These words by De Gasperi are the essence of the vision that we need to recover, one that also calls upon the responsibility of the Atlantic Pact, not just as a military alliance, but also as a political and value-based alliance, a responsibility that demands coherence and not ambiguity. In our small republic of San Marino, we uphold this idea with great determination. We've demonstrated this through patient work carried out over the last two legislatures, with our party leading the country and through the efforts of our Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Lookback. I refer specifically to the path towards association with the European Union, which we are pursuing methodically and with conviction, fully aware that integration is not a concession to be obtained, but a responsibility to be exercised. Now, however, we turn to you, friends of the EPP. The Republic of San Marino has done its part and will continue to do so. But the association agreement with the European Union can only be finalized if it receives firm political support from our natural allies here within this political family. We call upon all of you, colleagues from the European People's Parties, to ensure that in the headquarters in Brussels, in parliamentary groups, in committees, and in intergovernmental dialogues, that the voice of the EPP strongly supports the full and loyal integration of San Marino. And therefore, today, we ask you, respectfully but firmly, to help us to build this common home together and to support us along this path. The PDCS, with its 77 years of history, has worked tirelessly and with foresight towards this goal. At the EPP tables, in working groups, in the YEP and the EDS, and in all opportunities for training and dialogue. In a time where politics often succumbs to slogans and tactics, we strive to remain firmly anchored to the principles that have shaped us. Not to defend the past, but to offer a future. San Marino is here. The San Marinese Christian Democratic Party is here. Here to build, here to share, and here to unite. Thank you.
Now we call to the stage the opposition leader, Mr. Sali Berisha.
Dear Mr. President Weber, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to thank you, Mr. President, and the Presidency of EPP for the support that provided to Democratic Party of Albania with very helpful resolution in supporting his just causes. But I take the opportunity to thank also the President of IDU, Stephen Harper, and the President of CDI, Andres Postranas, for the same support that showed to Democratic Party and its causes. To thank also friends from CDU, Elmar Brok, Peter Bayer, Doris Pack, friends from Italian Forza Italia, Batilocchio, Erika Mazzetti, etc., which were close to us in some difficult days. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania today is the first and the only narco-state in Europe where all powers is in the hand of one man, as international observers have noted, through a mafia-like vote-buying industry and a massive machine of intimidation. He has put under full control the will of citizens and turned election into a facade. The Prime Minister who appears in international summit in white sneakers and do the plunder, behave in the country in a true dictator. He controls the entire economy. He controls the full media. At the end, he blocked the TikTok in order to align the country with Kabul and Tehran. Like Zayed of Tunisia, in the election year, he opted to arrest 3 leaders of main opposition parties for the sole reasons that they were political adversary and with any criminal evidences. He took mandate from opposition leaders. He took mandate from mayors of opposition like Freddy Belleri, which is today Euro-parliamentarians, because the sole reason Belleri was not accepting to provide him the land that do not belong to Rama's family. Ladies and gentlemen, next to this, the Tirana dictator of narco-dictator bribed the head of counterintelligence of FBI, Max Gonigal, to work against Albania's opposition. He provided him $225,000, but I assure you that he was not the only one to be bribed against the opposition. Documents, 1,000 documents from partner country prove today that the state and the crime are a joint venture in my country. In the office of Prime Minister, there is an advisor with a duty to coordinate the work of criminal organizations started from cartels of Sinaloa of Mexico, run now by Albanian brothers, to the gangs inside the country. According to Eurostat, from 2014 to 2023, 1,900,000 Albanians have emigrated to Schengen areas. Because of this, according to UN, Albania has now the lowest index of birth rate in the world. Besides this, the country is one of the main exporters of crime in Europe. On May 11, general parliamentary elections will take place. In this election, beside what has been mentioned above, he has blocked the television debate, distributed €100 as a gift for votes to 800,000 pensionaries, and granted 100 licenses for cannabis plantation with the motto "Cannabis for Votes." He has turned his narco state into an election machinery. But in a dictatorship, the only option is not to give up, to fight for its overthrow. With your help, dear friends, I assure you the Democratic Party of Albania, which overthrew 32 years ago the most Stalinist dictatorship in Europe, will overthrow also the first and only narco-dictatorship in Europe, this of Edi Rama. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Berisha. Well, this EPP Congress is a statutory Congress. That implies that we are dealing with statutory changes. But this also means that we are electing a new president, a new secretary general, a new treasurer, 10 new vice presidents. As is customary, we are organizing these elections on the course of these 2 Congress days. So, tomorrow morning we'll be voting for the new 10 vice presidents, Treasurer and Secretary General, while today we vote for the new President. The formal presentation of our candidate is still to later in the afternoon, but I wish to inform you that, as I said some minutes ago, that as from now on, delegates can go and cast their vote, so you can exercise the right your vote right now. But until 5:30, okay? Pay attention, because it's until 5:30. This always is the message for our Spanish audience, so we used to be a little bit late. Anyway, having said this, I yield the floor to a man who has been the Secretary General of the European People's Party over the past few years. I'd like to yield the floor with a big and warm round of applause. So please, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thanasis Pakolas.
Mr. President of the European People's Party, dear friends, dear delegates, it has been a privilege to serve as Secretary General for the past 3 years, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the immense honor you have afforded me. Thank you very much. You know, Rotterdam was supposed to be my final EPP engagement as a member of Nea Demokratia. But little did I know back then. The prospect, however, of helping some of our member parties in critical elections and, of course, being a part of our lead candidate campaign led to a change of plans. And if you look at where we were 3 years ago in terms of sheer numbers at the Council table, the Parliament, and of course, the Commission College, there is no question that the last leadership of the EPP, of this institutional cycle, has been an unqualified success. Campaigns aside, the position of Secretary General also afforded me the opportunity to serve the most pro-business, pro-jobs European party. And this for me was very important indeed. For being the party of jobs means being the party of choice. We strive to make sure that our citizens have access to good jobs that can afford them the means to raise their families, send their children to good schools, have access to proper health care, and live their lives with peace and security. Some people choose traditional paths in life in terms of family and employment. Others choose less traditional paths. The point is that employment allows you to make your own choices. It affords you the opportunity to determine what life you want to lead. You can choose to make money. You can choose to live frugally in the service of your passion. You can choose public service, to become a politician maybe, a school teacher or a nurse. The fundamental issue is that you have the choice. And most importantly, you can choose to live your life free, to be who you are, live the way you wish to, without discrimination and without judgment. This is immensely important, a cornerstone of what we do. We serve a liberal tenet of modern society, driven by conservative values and principles, especially with respect to the function of our economy and our markets. Values including small and unobtrusive government, less regulation, and even lesser red tape. Values that reward hard work, entrepreneurship, but also risk and freedom of expression. We are successful when we are the anchor of centrism and liberal democratic functions, the bulwark against extremism and populism. We are successful when we are honest, when we are pragmatic, and we do not fear the truth. Thank you again very much for your trust. And now, let's do some business. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with a confirmation vote of our EPP treasurer. In accordance with Article 11 of our EPP bylaws, the Congress needs to confirm the election of EPP Treasurer Francois Javier Bellamy, which took place at the Political Assembly on the 25th of June, 2024. This is to comply with EPP bylaws. It's not related to the EPP leadership elections. I repeat, it is not elected to these elections. So allow me to now open the vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against? Those abstaining? Thank you. Francois Javier Bellamy has been confirmed as EPP Treasurer for the mandate from 25 June 2024 until 30th April 2025. Second order of business, statutory changes. As you know, for the matters not regulated by Regulation number 1141 of 2014, the association is governed by the Belgian Code of Companies and Associations. Following the Belgian Code, changes in bylaws and internal regulations must be sent for adoption to Congress. Following the work of the Party Reform Task Force in December 2024 and January 2025, several changes were made to EPP bylaws and internal regulations to reflect the outcome of the party reform discussions. According to Article 19 of our EPP bylaws, the EPP Secretary General chairs the Working Group on Statutory Changes, and thus I called a Working Group on Statutory Changes on the 14th of February 2024 to implement the EPP party reform as well as changes related to legal obligations. The Congress acknowledges the proposal to modify the bylaws. Can I have some water, please? Thanks. And the internal regulations of the EPP, mainly to bring them in line with the changes imposed by or resulting from the rules of the new Belgian Code of Companies and Associations. The members of the Congress received the draft text of the new bylaws and internal regulations prior to this meeting. The proposed modifications to the bylaws and internal regulations were approved by the EPP Working Group on Statutory Changes on the 14th of February 2025, by the Presidency on the 20th of February 2025, and by the Political Assembly on the 20th of March 2025, with a majority of 2/3 of the votes cast in the Political Assembly in accordance with Article 27 of our bylaws. After deliberation, the Congress decides to amend the bylaws and the internal regulations of the EPP in accordance with the draft text. Thank you. In accordance with the draft text of the bylaws and internal regulations as approved by the Political Assembly on the 20th of March 2025 and as attached to the convocation notice to this Congress, sent on the 1st of April 2025 under the condition precedent of the registration of the modified bylaws in a notarial deed. In accordance with Belgian law, the bylaws of the European People's Party must be recorded in an authentic deed passed by a notary. In accordance with Article 27 of our bylaws, 2 members of our presidency will appear before Belgian notaries shortly after this Congress in order to request the registration of the modified bylaws as approved by the Congress today in a notarial deed. The modifications to the bylaws and the internal regulation will enter into force upon the execution by the notary of the notarial deed. I now open the floor to comments. As I see no comments or questions, I will now open the floor to a vote. Who is in favor of the approval of our jointly tabled modifications to our EPP internal regulations and our EPP bylaws in accordance with the before mentioned remarks? Please raise your hands. Who is against? Any abstentions? We have a clear majority and a clear result. Thank you very much indeed, and I thank Congress for the approval and your active support during this entire process. Mr. President, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the EPP has been at work over the past years, and I'm sure we all are set for the future work too. And I'm sure as well that you are looking forward to hearing the outgoing presidency members how they look back at the past years at the helm of the EPP. But before this, I'd like to invite you all to watch some images, a video that was made by our production team with a lot of care, and I hope you like it. So, dear team, whenever you want, please, let's have a look.
Across Europe, one political force leads the way, working to create a better future for all. We are the European People's Party, the leading political force in Europe, united by our commitment to democracy, stability, and change. From political assemblies to high-level summits, from congresses to meetings at the heart of Europe, we are listening to the voices of the people, hearing their concerns, their hopes, and their aspirations. At every level, we bring together leaders from across the continent to shape policies that affect millions. Together, we push for a better future for all and the protection of our democratic values and our European way of life. We are more than just a political party. We are a family that believes in the power of democracy, the integrity of the rule of law, and the right of every citizen to have a voice. Through dialogue and action, we build solutions that empower communities, protect jobs, and secure a better future for every European. Together, we are shaping a Europe that is stronger, fairer, and more united than ever before. EPP at work, listening to you, leading Europe, delivering results.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our outgoing presidency members are already seated, but let's welcome as they deserve with a big round of applause, please. Well, I'd like to start this conversation with an observation, because it has been quite a ride for you over the past few years with important European elections, that, by the way, we won, and with the installation of the new European Parliament, of the new European Commission, and with important elections across Europe, as you know, of course. Let's also, of course, don't forget the agriculture protests across Europe, the hybrid war with migrants at the Polish border, and of course the overall war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine. Well, to name but a few examples, but perhaps it's time to look at the past years, to look back. No, it's like the Cher's song, if I could turn back times. No? You know? Well, maybe it's time to look at everything we did from a different perspective. So I like to delve into a wide range of topics, and may I start with Esther Delang? Please. Great. May I start with you, Vice President? Nice to meet you. And I like to start with specifically the EPP's positioning on agriculture. Maybe, if I'm wrong, tell me, but we all remember the Munich Political Assembly, where a strong agriculture paper was adopted. And the question is related with this, because maybe was that the moment that the EPP's communications changed on these core topics, being one of them, of course, agriculture?
I mean, let's be very, very clear. I think the EPP has always been the party of farmers, right? The founding fathers of this continent already knew that you don't rebuild a continent on an empty stomach. But you are very, very right. I think Munich was the moment where we didn't give birth to something new. I mean, this is not something very EPP or Christian Democrat. We have our roots, we are pro-farmers, but we became sharper in our communication. So let's not call it the birth of something new, but a renewal of wedding vows to a sector that puts food on our table every day. A sector also that helps rural areas to stay vibrant and strong. And I see Petteri Orpo here, and I think this vibrant rural areas gets a different meaning when you look at Finland with 1,300 kilometers of border with Russia. We need those border areas that are often farmer areas to stay strong, not only for food, but also for security. And finally, a sector that works with nature and that manages our landscapes. So something to be grateful for the next time we look at our plate, I think. And when I say the word grateful, let me take the opportunity as well, because I'm one of the members of the presidency that is stepping down on this occasion, to show my gratitude to all of you here for the support that I've had over the years, to show my gratitude to my colleagues here in the presidency for what was an amazing time. I'm not going far. I will still be working for a strong Europe, but in a different setting, and I'm quite sure we'll see a lot of each other still. But let me thank you for the past years that I've had. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words. Let's continue with Vice President Maria Gabriel. Nice to meet you. Well, I'm sure that you agree with me that one of the core strengths are our entities, our associated entities and foundations. And the question is, of course, in relation with this. What does the Robert Schuman Institute mean to you?
Well, thank you very much for your question. Well, I will say it very bluntly. If all the time we are saying that the best investment is in people and skills, so in that case I can say that Robert Schuman Institute is one of the best investments of EPP. Because actually Robert Schuman Institute is showing to the entire world that we are investing in education. Education is key for us. We want to have young politicians that are center-right, pro-European. They know how to cherish our heritage, our legacy from the Robert Schuman Declaration and our founding fathers, but also that are oriented to the future. So I think that first with Robert Schuman Institute, we are saying very clearly that we are here because we stand for our values, democracy, rule of law, solidarity, transparency, responsibility. But also we are saying that we need to build bridges, and that's Robert Schuman Institute, building bridge between European Union and our accession countries. I'm also really here to pay tribute to our partners from the Western Balkans, from Ukraine, Georgia, Belarus, also to expand our partnership to the Mediterranean region. And in that way, Robert Schuman for me means a platform for dialogue, for cooperation, for mutual understanding, but also really to the same time to tackle challenges. We are preparing the next generation of politicians. And those politicians are here not to be populist, they are here to be responsible. They are here to offer solutions to the everyday challenges, not only to the big task ahead of us. And in that way, I think that Robert Schuman Institute is a symbol of what is already old, new, well-established. That's our flagship program, How Europe Works. It's one of really the most popular programs of the Institute, but also to show that what was also said, that we are able to innovate. We need to innovate in our way to communicate, to cooperate, to have partnerships with others, and that's why I think that it's also important for our member parties to understand how important it is to invest in the talented people within their parties, also all the time to build bridges. And of course, to say a big thank you to all the partners, because Robert Schuman Institute is not alone. We have the great support of EPP, but also we have the support of the Robert Schuman Foundation, Eduardo Frei Foundation, Konrad Adenauer, Hans Seidel Foundations, Wilfred Martens Foundation, Swedish Christian Democratic International Center. So in that way, I want really to convey a message. Robert Schuman Institute is this investment in the next generation of politicians, but they are greatly respectful to what was done by those before them, and that are able really to transfer with the values of EPP in the new context, new realities, new challenges. But that's why we are EPP. We are traditional, we know what is our history, but we are also able to modernize ourselves, to be dynamic, and to offer new solutions, and maybe really to define a different way the challenges of the new world. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, and how nice is the work. Well, now I wanted to introduce Mr. Peter Orpo from Finland, talking about the Pope Francisco. Yes, let's talk about on defense. And he said, well, throughout his life, many sentences and many nice words. But I like this. He said, we shouldn't be afraid, and we should look forward to the future without fear. Well, you were championing the EPP's recent position on defense. And what are the next steps, given your experience, of course, to get all the words of the paper converted into real action and into real support, no? Because sometimes so much is said and so little is done.
Thank you for a very important question. This is my favorite topic, of course. And the answer is quite simple. And we have to be honest to ourselves, because as it is outlined in our defense paper, Europe must be ready to defend itself within 5 years. We have to be less dependent, more independent in defense. But first, we have to realize that Russia is a permanent threat to the whole of Europe. And if we understand this, it is easy to convert words into action. And I'm sure that if there is a will, there is a way, and we can do it.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Orpo. Well, and now let's talk about Mr. Esteban González Pons. Always the time is with you, even if it's at this Congress and when the time goes by so quickly. As Spanish, we know that with Latin America we have a lot of ties that unite us. But it has been also an historical link that EPP has maintained with our friends of Latin America. And I know you know very well that why this kind of relationship is so special with our friends of Latin America, and why should be to continue to develop it.
Thank you, Silvia. First of all, it's very important to talk about Latin America in English, because many times we think that it is an Italian, Portuguese, or Spanish issue, and what we need is to bring the rest of Europe to Latin America and Latin America to the rest of Europe. Second, I should say that Manfred Weber has been the first EPP president traveling to South America and establishing strong links with that part of the world that shares our principles, our values, and that believe in democracy and trade as we do. Next year, we are going to face important elections in Chile, in Bolivia, and Honduras. And the day the next year, the year before, it would be Peru, Costa Rica, and other countries. So we talk about democracy and we talk about trade. It's very important now that so many markets are being closed to be able to open the markets of South America, for example, Mexico, as we did, or Mercosur. Now, this party has the presidency of the parliament that we share with the Americans, with Gabriel Mato. And the last sentence I'm going to say is, please, dear colleagues, never forget Venezuela. Don't leave Venezuela alone. Do as much as you can. The person I'm going to miss more during this Congress is Maria Corina Machado. Thank you.
We'll have a beautiful moment tomorrow with Venezuela people. Well, now I hear the pleasure to talk Dubravka Switska. Nice to meet you, Vice President. Well, let's talk about a topic which is of great concern to us. You've been very active on demography. How many kids do you have? It's a joke. No, how can the EPP play a role in tackling this as a societal challenge, also a topic that we'll treat in our panel discussions?
Thank you so much for this question. You know that EPP was always at the forefront and is always at the forefront of all policies. So this is also with demography. So this is first time that EPP and our President Ursula von der Leyen decided to have demography as portfolio. This doesn't mean that we will interfere into member states' competencies, but we want to help member states with our work on demography. And this is what I have been doing, I was doing in my last mandate, and I will continue working on it in the next mandate. In this mandate, not in the EPP, but in the European Commission, also in EPP, I hope. So it is a very important topic. It's sometimes perceived as being analytical, but in fact it's very political. And nobody feels responsible, and all of us will feel responsible at one moment when we see that European Union and Europe as a continent and our population is shrinking. And we used to say that we are aging society, but I'm now changing our narrative. We are not anymore aging society, but we are longevity society. Yeah. And this is something which we have to praise. So there is much to do in this sector, but I want to use this opportunity to thank also Manfred Weber for his commitment, for his leadership, and for his team spirit in our EPP family. This is our guiding principle. Now I will be working on Mediterranean countries and our southern neighborhood. This is also connected with global demography, but let me talk about that on another occasion. Thank you very much for everything, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Switska. And now we move to Vice President Johannes Hahn. And my question is related with your work. You have always been working on the EU budget. Money, 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 money. What should be, given your experience, the focus point for the EPP in the next years to be a driving force behind a strong EU budget?
Well, indeed, money makes the world go round, and that's why I think also from an EPP perspective, we should work on a budget fit for the future. The budget is usually politics cast in figures, and that's why I think the first step should be to agree about the political priorities. And maybe, if possible, we should pay even more attention to finance, indeed, projects with a European added value. Because I believe, to be honest, we have financed in the past, and we are doing this still, many projects where I have doubts about the European added value. So I think on this, Europe and in particular EPP could play a strong role. Second, once we are clear about the priorities, we should calculate it, then we should see how to finance it. There are many opportunities, and finally, we should take a decision. I have been involved in 2 MFF negotiations. Unfortunately, we were always taking the decision at the very last moment. Maybe we should never give up. There's an opportunity to have the decision earlier in order to allow a better preparation of the new programs. Having said this, one big issue for the future, if we take our claim to simplify and to reduce bureaucracy seriously, we should be aware that we have currently more than 500 programs. And this is, I would say, definitely too much. So we should merge as much as possible in order also to have a much simpler set of rules. And by the way, apply one of the EPP core principles, subsidiarity. And this means transfer responsibility to regions and member states. And well, finally, I have to say, we should try to gain more flexibility in the budget. Currently, we have a 7-year budget, and at the beginning of this cycle, more than 99% are pre-allocated. And it's always a huge effort to reallocate money. So if we would have more flexibility, reacting to new priorities, new demands, I think we would be even more effective. And by the way, this would also create more relevance to the annual budget procedure, which I believe should be in the interest, for instance, of the European Parliament. So this is simply my recipe, my legacy, but I'm sure that friends like Siegfried Muresan, but also my successor in the office, Piotr Serafin, will do their best and will guarantee an excellent European budget as it will be negotiated under the leadership of EPP guys. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your words. And I'm from Austria to Romania. Mr. Vice President Siegfried Muresan, nice to meet you. I'd like to ask you something about your associations, given your responsibility there, your presidency. Which aspects of our EPP family's diversity reflected in our associations do you appreciate the most?
So look, we, the EPP, are a large family. We have always been a large family, and we wouldn't be the same without our associations, without the youth, without the students, the seniors, the workers, without the SMEs that are also very active in the EPP. And this is why we should support them through all we can. The EPP wouldn't be the same without our associations. We have now, together with the Treasurer, François-Xavier Bellamy, himself and myself, worked together on the reform of the EPP that we are going to adopt tomorrow morning, and we are strengthening the role of the associations there. We want them to be more present. They are also the core of our identity, of our family. And then, of course, there are the EPP groups in the different institutions that we are all strengthening as well. We have worked together in last years a lot with mayors, with the regional and local level, because as Vice President Hahn has said, we want decisions to be made as close as possible to the citizens. The EPP has always been the party of mayors, the party deeply rooted deeply anchored in the local and regional level. We have intensified the cooperation between the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions, our mayors, and the EPP group in the European Parliament. And our EPP groups in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, in the Council of Europe are becoming more important nowadays as security and defense is becoming a top priority for Europe. So it will be also through all representatives in the institutions of the European Union, but also in the different other institutions, that we're going to bring our agenda forward, close to the citizen, respecting our values, understanding the challenges that we face, providing solutions, and listening to the people. And we are going to stand together for an agenda based on security and a strong economy, caring for the people in the next years as well. And we thank everyone for supporting us in this.
Thank you very much. And now introducing this conversation, Mr. Vice President David McAllister. Nice to meet you. Well, you would have guessed that I want to hear your reaction as to what the EPP's role can and must be in the Western Balkans, which might soon become in new European member states. Who knows?
Well, thank you very much for this question. In the last 3 years, I was tasked by President Manfred Weber to deal with our relations with the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and also the Western Balkan countries. And just like we are supporting our EPP friends in Ukraine, in Moldova, and in Georgia on their path towards European integration, the same applies to all Western Balkan countries. The Western Balkan countries belong to Europe. They are in the heart of Europe, and the EPP has always been at the forefront of a positive EU integration agenda. We in the European Parliament, as EPP Group, have always been at the helm. We are ready and open for further enlargement. And on the other hand, it is our sister parties on the ground in the Balkans who have always been at the helm of a pro-European integration path. We know that in the end, EU accession is a regatta, not a convoy. The countries of the Western Balkans are moving towards EU membership at different speeds, but rest assured the European People's Party will always be with our friends in the Western Balkans, and that's why I would like to warmly welcome all the delegates from the 6 countries today here in Valencia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. And now let's address a very sensitive topic, the war in Ukraine. So I introduce in this conversation Mr. Vice President Andrzej, beautiful.
Perfect,
Andrzej
perfect, Andrzej.
Well, this war has sparked, in my point of view, a very particular wave of support, not least at Poland. How do you think EPP has been helpful in the solidarity that was needed and is still needed for Ukraine in facing the war of aggression by Russia?
Yes, so you remember that after Russia's attack in Poland, we had over 1 million open houses for the citizens from Ukraine, also in my house. They've been several months with us, living together. But I would like to emphasize the EPP role. So European People's Party was always the leader, but it's still the leader of practical support for Ukraine, political, economic by decisions of the government, also military support. But also I would like to remind you that in this very difficult moment, also very practical help and support was organized by EPP. You remember the action initiated by EPP, Winter of Solidarity. We've collected money. The only political party in the European Parliament did it. So we bought generators. It was a drop in the sea of needs, but we did it. And I think that we now have to guarantee our Ukrainian friends that no one decision will be taken over the Ukrainians' heads. And we have to speak loudly. 20,000 children were kidnapped, so they are Russified. We have to repeat again, even if Putin will play a role of the person who needs, well, peace, that he is a war criminal, that he is responsible, and Russia has to be weaker, not stronger, after potential ceasefire.
Well, with this war, from my humble opinion, so never before has unity and solidarity was with Ukraine been more necessary. Well, no less important is the following topic. We've been talking about a lot of core topics, and now maybe this topic affects to all European Mediterranean countries, as you know, because our next Vice President, Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Antonio Tajani, you have been working a lot on this topic, the migration, and every other day is the fact that we are arriving on our coast in the Mediterranean, a lot of people, no? So the EPP has been pushing ambitious lines on it, and is resulting recently also the return regulation. But what is, in your view, more needed? This is the question, maybe. What should the steps be? I don't know.
Thank you very much for this question, because illegal immigration is one of the most important issues for us. We are very concerned, but it's possible to achieve good results. First of all, I want to thank the EPP, because today the problem is on the table in every political debate inside the European Commission, inside the European Council, and inside the European Parliament. The position of the EPP has been very, very clear. We are not against the regular immigration. We are against the human traffickers, because they are the same traffickers of drugs, traffickers of weapons. We are fighting hard against these people with good results, because now the illegal immigration coming from Africa is decreasing, but we need to do more. We need a strategy, short, medium, and long term. Short term, of course, we need to protect our external borders all together, because this is not a problem only for Spain, for Italy, for Malta, for Greece. It's a European problem, also for the northern countries. For this, we need to fight all together. The unity of Europe is crucial. But now, thanks to the EPP, the situation is a problem for everybody. Short term, medium term, we need to achieve agreements with countries, the North African countries, because the large part of the migrants are coming from these countries, but also we need to study solutions against illegal immigration coming from Bangladesh and Pakistan. For this, we need to put visa for people coming from Bangladesh and Pakistan, because they go to Egypt, and then they go to Libya, and then they go to Europe. For this, we need a strategy. But we need also to reflect on the proposal on Pope Benedict on the right to stay at home country. For this, we need to implement the Global Gateway, is our European project. Inside this, close to the project, there is the Italian Plan Mattei. More or less, we need to have a Marshall Plan for growth of Europe. Because the growth of Africa. Africa is a rich continent with power people.
Yeah.
For this, we need to work hard for growth of this continent. There are raw materials. We need to export our know-how. Then, if we want to stop illegal immigration, we need to work more in this continent. In 2050, we will have 2.5 billion people living in this continent. For this, without a strategy, we will have more and more people living in these countries. In the same time, the Russians are pushing in this moment more migrants from Africa to Europe. For this, we need to work a lot to invest more, but it's important to have a strategy. For this, for me, it's crucial to implement the new pact on immigration and asylum. It's a good results for us, but we need to look at the future. The problem is not only the corridor on the route from the North Africa, there is another problem for the route, the Balkans routes. For this, also in the Western Balkans, we need to work hard with agreements for stopping illegal immigration. We need to look at the Middle East. Syria is important. The stability of Syria is crucial. The new leader, Al-Shara, told me the new administration will work against illegal immigration. We stop the immigration from Syria to Europe. This is a good result for us, but we need to work hard for maintaining this position and for stopping illegal immigration. For us, for EPP, is a priority, and we will work for the legal migration because we need workers for our companies. Our strategy is to strengthen industry and agriculture. We need workers, but workers with rules. We are ready for receiving more legal migrants, but we need also to respect our rules, our identities, if we want to strengthen our Europe and to have a good policy on legal and illegal immigration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. We are running out of time, but last but not least, François-Xavier Bellamy, nice to meet you, Vice President. And may we ask, how is to be treasurer of the EPP? What marks you most?
Well, that's an important responsibility, and I want to start thanking all of you for your trust that you expressed once again a few minutes ago, to thank also Manfred Weber for the responsibility he gave to me. I had the honor to take over when our dear colleague Paolo Rangel passed on this charge to me a few months ago, and since then we've already implemented important reforms to secure the financing of our party. All the political lines, so important, that have been shared by our colleagues in a few minutes ago, can be only implemented if we have the means to work on it, and so having a sound financial management is absolutely key for EPP as a whole. We would not have a Congress if it would not be with the support of all EPP member parties. And I want to thank all of you, because it's because of the work you are doing in every European member state that we can have now the strength to build together this European political force that is able to defend, as Antonio said, our principles and our values. It is absolutely decisive that we work collectively to have a functioning and efficient management of the funds. And it is also key because we want to be the ones leading the safe management of EU funds, dear Siegfried. So we need to be able to show that we are responsible in the way we are leading our own funds. For me personally, it's quite a challenge, because the key is to show that a person elected in France is able to have a financial sound management, which is not the best track record for my country, dear Johannes, so we'll show it together, of course. I want to end thanking all the team of the party, because if we can have this Congress today, it's because of the huge work that has been done in the past months and weeks by all the staff of the party at the party's headquarters. And especially I want to thank Kristina Ilievska, who is the financial director of the party. You asked me what it is to be a treasurer. It is to work in a team, and this is a great chance for all of us. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for your last words, François-Xavier Bellamy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate for their hard work over the past years, and what a better way that thank them with a big round of applause. Thank you very much, the outgoing presidency members. And now, well, let's continue. We have to do it now, introducing our first panel discussion. I promise this panel will be provoking, thought, high level, and I have to yield the floor to one of my, well, friend of mine, greatest journalist, even greatest writer, and of course a great professional. So this panel will be very well moderated by Patricia Betancourt. Welcome to the stage, dear colleague. And over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Silvia. Good afternoon. We now begin the first panel called United for Defense, Strengthening Democracy and Europe's Future. The topic of this panel is one that we are all paying attention to as we adjust to the breakneck speed of geopolitical developments. The European Union faces both new and old challengers have to safeguard democracy, especially in the face of the new hybrid threats, to deliver pragmatic policies that ensure our citizens feel secure, and to defend the EU. In light of global political shifts, the need for Europe to play a strong, more central role in the defense on the continent has become clear. In this College of Commissioners, President von der Leyen appointed a commissioners from defense from the EPP family, reflecting the importance of the topic and role of the European People's Party in the defense agenda. Our panelists today will shed light on what that EPP FEM vision of the role is and how Europe can stand in solidarity with its partners and hold the shared democratic values underpin the Union and unite its members and partners. I invite our speakers to join me on stage. Please allow me to introduce Ivan Krukol, co-chair of the Euronest, Mikel Serba, MEP, chair of the EPP group in the NATO PA, Mikula Surinda, president of the Wilfried Martens Center for European, and Theodoros Rousopoulos, president of the PACE Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Good afternoon. Please sit down. A pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
And your-
Patricia.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Great, thank you.
Okay. Bueno, let's go to start the first panel. Okay. I just start. My first question is for you, Sarah. As mentioned, the geopolitical landscape is changing rapidly on the global stage. Autocratic leaders are gaining strength. In your opinion, how can the EU move toward effectively counter these trends while at the same time shoring up the protection of the democratic values, such as the rule of law within EPP member states?
So thank you so much for inviting me. We're talking actually about defending our values, but defense in general can be in three dimensions. The classic one, which is make a better army, put a lot of money on it, etc., etc. NATO is involved in that. The second, which is more close to what I represent here today as the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, is, as you mentioned, human rights, rule of law, and democracy. And of course, I would put a third dimension, which is, in my opinion, equally important in our days. And I'm talking about defense from new challenges. There are threats now that we just face for first time. Let's take an example for the one, what happened in Romania. With the elections, we had the foreign interference that led the Romanian Supreme Court to annul the elections. So this kind of interference is involving in our everyday life. It is actually putting problems in the political life of the European member states of the Council of Europe or the European Union. And it gives us the opportunity, the ability, but the obligation as well to find new ways of giving solutions. And this is the most important. How can we give solutions? We can go back to the roots, if I may. I just brought a paper. This is only 3.5 sentences here. And I will read you the title, Creation of a European Army. It is, of course, concentrated on the army. And it is written as a motion in 11 August 1950 by Sir Winston Churchill, one of the founding fathers of the Council of Europe. Like what Churchill did at that time, we have to do in new challenges. Just two more sentences. The first is about the Human Rights Convention. It is still there. We are celebrating this year the 75th anniversary, and we have to follow what the Human Rights Convention, which is still for current issues available to be helpful for us. And the second is other conventions, like the one that we have voted in the Council of Europe, the Istanbul Convention, which is actually against violence, which is against women. And now we are preparing two more conventions. The one is already voted. The one is about the AI, artificial intelligence, and danger that artificial intelligence put in political life today. And the last one we're talking about is the environment. We are preparing a convention about the environment. You may recall in your mind that it's no more than 2 years ago that the Human Rights Court, the judges of the Human Rights Court have been elected by the Assembly that I have the honor to be presiding. They have taken this decision, which is named Klima Seniorinnen, out of women who came from Switzerland and asked for dignity while they are in an AIDS that they cannot protect themselves, and asking for the states to protect people because of all these changes in the environment. So these are the challenges that we face today in the Council of Europe. We do our best by observing what our member states are doing. The Council of Europe, as the people who are participating here know, is actually the first step if one wants to be a member of the European Union. People are seeking to the Council of Europe for their dignity and for respecting the human rights and democracy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Krukol, I would like now to move on to a topic which is, of course, greatly impacted by the transatlantic relationship and NATO. As we all know, Russia launched a full-scale brutal war of aggression against Ukraine in 2022. Now, in 2025, the Trump administration has set out to broker peace talks. I don't know, but for Ukraine, what conditions are necessary for meaningful to happen these peace talks?
Thank you. And it is an honor for me to address you today as a co-president of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly and representative of Ukrainian political party Batkivshina. I would like to sincerely thank the entire EPP family and President Weber personally for the leadership you have shown since the first days of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in supporting Ukraine in the defense and financial areas, as well as in advancing the strategic goal of European integration of Ukraine and full membership in the EU. It has been 3 years since Russia launched its full-scale war against Ukraine, and we must build our cooperation in the European Union based on two realities: historical and strategic transition to the start of negotiations on Ukraine's full membership in the EU, and the constant threat coming from Russia, who will not lead its aggressive attempts to annex part of the European continent and to weaken and divide the EU as much as possible. In response to your question, I would like to know that no other country in the world wants the war to end as much as Ukraine. And we are certainly grateful to all world leaders who seek a peaceful resolution to this war. The only and key problem is this should not happen exclusively at the expense of the victim and not the aggressor. Over the past few months, Ukraine has repeatedly demonstrated its readiness for peace, including agreeing a full ceasefire proposed by the United States. Instead, Russia rejected its proposal and intensified its terror against civilians. On the night 23rd, 24th April, Russian forces launched 215 missiles, all types, and drones on Ukraine, with main impact falling on Kiev. And this is just the recent example among hundreds of daily Russian attacks against Ukrainian cities and civilians. But let's be frank, we have never been closer to ceasefire in these years than we are now. Here are 3 key red lines for any peace talks for Ukraine. We will not recognize any temporarily occupied Ukrainian territories as Russian. We will not accept external dictates regarding the structure and number of Ukrainian defense forces. And we will not accept any restrictions on Ukrainian sovereignty, our domestic and foreign policies, including the choice of alliances we would like to join. If a complete ceasefire happens, it will not be because Putin wants it. It will be because he has to. And lasting peace will depend only on all of us, because the Kremlin will use the ceasefire time exclusively to prepare for a new act of aggression. The main conclusion that a united Europe must draw from recent events is to rely on its own strength. This is the reality of today. The EU has demonstrated its ability to act together and in a united manner for the sake of economic growth and improving the living standards of its citizens. The project of united Europe has been successful because EU countries have sacrificed part of their national powers for the sake of joint decision-making at the level of European institutions. Now is the time to do this in the area of defense. I understand how difficult this decision is for many, but it is time to move the idea of creating European defense forces from territoriality. And together we will not have enough time for this. We need to act as quickly as possible. Ukraine must be an integral part of creation of European security forces. Ukraine, which like no other state in Europe, has a unique experience of successfully waging a modern defense war in which all previous approaches and doctrines have no meaning. Everything that concerns Europe must concern Ukraine, and everything that concerns Ukraine must concern Europe. Long-term peace in Europe is possible only if the aggressor understands that his action will meet such strong common resistance that it will lead to his unconditional defeat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Surinda, given your extensive leadership experience and in your key role in Slovakia's EU and NATO accession, as the discussion so far, what do you think are the key steps Europe must take now, both in terms of military defense capabilities and to defend democratic values?
Well, first of all, I think that Europe has to acknowledge or to admit that it faces a new coordinated axis of evil: China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Second, we should be aware of the fact that the pressure of this axis will be twofold: economic, but also military. And number three, if we want to succeed, we need no longer to rely exclusively on the United States and its security umbrella. We have to rely mostly, primarily, on ourselves. We as European citizens, we sometimes are worried or concerned about our well-being, about our prosperity. In these days, our leaders, those in the government, but also those in the non-governmental area, we all should talk to people plainly and to tell them openly that this is not only our prosperity in these days which is at stake, that it is also our way of life, our freedom of individual, our human dignity, which has been endangered. It is important to get the support of people. We in the Martin Center, which is a political think tank of the EPP, we have developed during the last 2 days a project of European defense. The basis of this project is so-called security pyramid. Individual levels of it is moving from strengthening of our armament production capacity with the unified European single market through strengthening of our military mobility, European military model, preparedness for military operations until changes which are needed in our institution, up to effective, very strong nuclear deterrence. The project is very comprehensive. It contains 81 concrete sub-projects. And I am happy that the current Commission is already acting in this direction. We have the first Commissioner for Defense and Space. We have the European Defense Industry Program for 2025-2027. And we have also the Rearm Europe plan for the upcoming 7 years. Our national leaders do a lot. In Poland, in Germany, and in many other countries, to increase and strengthen our military production capacities, our national armies. Now the key question, the key task is to implement as many reforms in this direction and as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Bueno, Ms. Zebra, your turn. What about your opinions about this panel? on defense.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be with you, and it's a high time to discuss the defense. I think that we are in the phase of EU defense awakening, and this is a crucial moment, but action must follow words, and policies will need to be implemented with unprecedented speed and commitment. And so, as you mentioned, the Rearm Europe plan, this is the plan to encourage member states to increase defense spending, and it is a step to the right directions. In Poland, my country is the best example that if you want to spend defense, which we want to spend more on defense, we have to do it. And we can also create a compromise, we can create a consensus in our countries and to explain to the people that this is a necessity. So, but also what we need, and we are here in the Congress of EPP, we also need the political leadership to keep focus, to keep momentum, and to realize this is essential for securing Europe, which is free, and protects, as Mr. Prime Minister said, our way of life, the values that we are discussing here in in Valencia. So what we have a program. We have the white paper. Where we are prepared also with our projects, but also we need proper financial commitment, and money really matters, and this is also very important. But we have to remember that partnerships and alliances, both of them are very important today. So the EU is now discussing the first agreement with the UK. It is 5 years after the Brexit, and we can still, but there is a hope that during the summit, which is discussed now, we will have agreement on security and defense. We cannot forget, and I said this as a former president of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, we do not forget about NATO. NATO is our pillar of our defense, of our collective defense, and the summit in Hague, which is coming in June, will be very important. Also, taking into consideration our political will to spend more on defense.
Okay, thank you. Great. I don't know if we have a few minutes. Yes,
minute if I have.
please.
I'd like to share with my colleagues a story which is very important in my opinion. I had the honor to meet a lot of people in my life. I was a journalist in the past before I became a politician. I want to refer to a meeting I had many years ago with Chancellor Helmut Kohl. And this is important because it is now in our interest in nowadays. I told him, what were you doing when the people were not being persuaded by your decisions? He said, listen, I took my decision and I was going on. I had my family, I had my opponents, I had everybody against me, but I was following what I thought it was the good for my people. This is what the EPP is doing, and this is the difference between us and others. We are not following the masses. This is what populists are doing. We are trying to open new roads, and this is something that we should not lose. EPP is the People's Party, it is the Progressive Party. Maybe history is written by all, but the real legacy, political legacy and leadership is only of the few. And I believe that this party is belonging to those who are taking such decisions for the good of the European people. Either it is for defense of our borders, or it is for defense of our civilization. Civilization, dear Patricia, is a child of Athens and Jerusalem, is a child of faith and of reason. This is what we have to support. This is something that matured by the rule of law and democracy, and it is important not to forget.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosopoulos, Debra, Ms. Rodinda, Kruklo. Thank you for your valuable contributions, which are very interesting and helpful, and show what the rapidly changing world and the current turbulent environment where the international order is being disrupted. The future of Europe will depend on our ability to act swiftly and decisively. Thank you very much. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you to the audience. We have now finished the first panel. Silvia, up to you. Thank you.
I was talking to my friends at the backstage. Sorry. Here I am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to listen to next speakers. Knowledgeable politicians from countries outside the European Union. So, please, let's welcome to the stage Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro, Mr. Ervin Ibrahimovic. Welcome.
Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure for me to speak today at the Congress of our great EPP family, especially today when we will once again confirm our strong commitment and dedication to the EPP's vision of European and global unity, stability, prosperity, and the democratic standards that the global order is based on. This Congress takes place at a time when Europe needs a strong EPP more than ever. The world today needs Europe's active participation, as Europe must be one of the main players in addressing the challenges ahead of us, and these challenges are far from small. There is no alternative to peace processes. And today, we must stop the wartime suffering that we witness every day, where the victims, unfortunately, are innocent civilians, children, women, and vulnerable. To achieve this, we must also use our cooperation within the EU, UK, NATO, as well as various bilateral and multilateral mechanisms available to us. In order to overcome these complex challenges, the world today needs a strong EU, and strong EU requires a united EU with the Western Balkans in it. Montenegro remains firmly committed to its strategic goal, full membership in the European Union by the end of 2028. Your support, dear friends from the EPP, gives us additional strength to continue on this path. It is not only politically important, it strengthens our citizens' faith in Montenegro's and the region's European future. The Bosniak Party is proud to be part of the EPP, the largest political force in Europe, and to contribute together with you to the preservation and strengthening of European values. Therefore, on behalf of the Bosniak Party and in my personal name, I express my deep gratitude to the EPP and Mr. Weber, with the conviction that your leadership in the upcoming mandate will be an even stronger pillar of support for the European path of the Western Balkans. I wish you a successful Congress and look forward to continuing our shared mission. Thank you.
Dear delegates, I'd like to remind you and inform you that you can exercise your right to vote until 5:30, okay? Well, let's go on, and now we will hear the chairwoman of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Ms. Borjana Kristo. Let's welcome her.
Thank you very much. Dear President of EPP, Mr. Weber, Vice Presidents of the European family, distinguished office holders of the EPP, esteemed representatives of the European family, allow me to express my gratefulness for the fact that I have the opportunity to talk to you at the Congress, to speak to you at the Congress of the European People's Party. Congresses gatherings like this are always an opportunity to send messages on both national and global levels to encouragement for all of us to continue working devotedly and protect our shared values. The European People's Party has been strongly favoring the foundational principles upon which the modern history of Europe rests. These are the peace, stability, and the rule of law. Democracy is not merely an ideal, an empty phrase without its essential content. It is a key foundation on which we build our societies. Bosnia and Herzegovina, through its history, especially in its most difficult moments, has repeatedly learned how necessary and vital these principles and democratic values are. As a country in the heart of Europe, at the crossroads of West and East, we have experienced firsthand how crucial European unity is to all of us. Today, despite the internal challenges we face, we also stand at the threshold of the European Union. Last year, we have been given the green light to open the negotiations with the European Union. It takes a little to make a historical step forward and open negotiations officially. So the obligations we have to fulfill will be our democratic test that will be successful with your help. Our European path is directed toward our most important foreign policy goal, which is a full-fledged membership of the European Union. Through dialogue, mutual trust, and above all, respect for one another, we demonstrate that we truly live our values. The constitutional structure of Bosnia and Herzegovina derived from the Dayton Peace Agreement is the key to the stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The key principle of our constitution implies complete equality of all three constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the authorities envisaged by the constitution to protect collective rights, namely the presidency and the houses of peoples, we are witnessing one people electing political representatives of another. This is not and cannot be the model upon which we should build the EU path of our homeland, Bosnia and Herzegovina. These problems which burden international relations must be resolved. We must demonstrate that we share a common vision on building a society based on democratic values. In these efforts, we need your strong support in order to overcome these issues and take the important step forward that the EU institutions expect from us. Our future lies in a united Europe which promotes stability and offers opportunity to all of us. European values, citizens, and all of us have their role in preserving these values. Bosnia and Herzegovina wants to be a part of this vision, not only as an observer, but we also want to give our contribution to the stronger and more stable Europe. I would like to thank everyone who have in any way were involved in the processes that we have undertaken, and thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Next to take the stage is the Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Mr. Ristijan Mickoski.
dear colleagues, it's a great privilege to stand before you today at the EPP Congress among fellow leaders committed to the values of freedom, democracy, and responsible governance. Our gathering underscores a shared vision, a Europe united by principles, strengthened by solidarity, and driven by merit. My government remains deeply committed to conservative values, values of family, responsibility, economic freedom, and respect for the rule of law. These principles guide us domestically and inspire our engagement with Europe. We envision a common European future, anchored firmly in these enduring values. However, honesty compels me to address the challenges we face openly. The European project promises equality, fairness, and opportunity, but sometimes we experience a different reality. Our people, the proud Macedonian citizens I represent, have felt firsthand the weight of double standards. Standards that undermine trust, dampen enthusiasm, and risk weakening the very European spirit we champion. My nation has made significant sacrifices and reforms, firmly committed to our European path. Yet, repeatedly, we've witnessed shifting goalposts and additional conditions applied selectively, obscuring the transparency and fairness that Europe promises. This approach does not strengthen Europe. It weakens our collective credibility and diminishes our shared values. It is crucial that EPP leaders, both in EU institutions and member states, become the driving force behind the enlargement of the Western Balkans into the European Union. Your leadership and proactive engagement will significantly enhance the credibility and effectiveness of the enlargement process. Let us clearly state, the integration of Western Balkans into the European Union is not merely an act of charity. It is a strategic imperative. It ensures peace, stability, and security, not only for our region, but for Europe at all. The accession process must remain merit-based, driven by clear criteria and transparent assessments. This is not a favor to be dispensed arbitrarily, but rightful recognition of efforts and reforms. I firmly believe our collective future lies within a united European family. It is our shared responsibility to uphold the integrity of this process, reaffirming our commitment to fairness and equality. The Macedonian citizens deserve to see that their dedication and sacrifice are respected and acknowledged. Together, let us renew our commitment, a Europe strong and unified, built on the values, consistency, and mutual respect. Thank you to all and wish you a successful Congress.
The next speaker will be the leader of Istiqlal Party of Morocco, Mr. Nisar Baraka.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you not only as the General Secretary of the oldest party of Morocco, but also as a neighbor and a partner sharing with you the same values. In this era of global uncertainty, supporting a strong Moroccan-European Union relationship is a strategic imperative. Yes, Morocco offers to Europe concrete solutions across four vital fronts: security, energy, competitiveness, and peace. Morocco remains the frontline partner for Europe in counter-terrorism and migration management. Morocco and Spain have forged an unprecedented level of operational coordination that has already significantly reduced regular crossing around the borders. And the energy level, Morocco demonstrated yesterday, thanks to his electric interconnection with Spain, that he is already a part of the solution for Europe. And we will become quickly a champion of green hydrogen, thanks to his world-class and competitive solar and wind resources, his pipeline to Europe, and his green ports. European companies, especially Germans, Spanish and French, are already on board. And I would like also to talk about the pipeline of gas between Nigeria and Morocco, led by His Majesty the King, and he will give a new source of supply to Europe and will give energy to 12 West African countries who need it for their development. Automotive and battery gigafactories, aerospace clusters, world-class logistics and connectivity platforms, skilled human resources are making European industries investing in our country more competitive and greener thanks to the abundance of renewable energy in Morocco. Next year, 52% of our electricity will come from renewable energy. And together also with Spain and Portugal, we will organize the 2030 Football World Cup in a sense about complementary and partnership between Africa and Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are serious about securing peace, stability and prosperity along European borders, then we must support the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative for the Sahara. This credible political solution is already endorsed by the United States and 22 European member states, as well as dozens of other countries around the world. It offers the only real pathway to end the conflict that has held back an entire region for over 5 decades. It's not just about solving an old conflict, it's about building a future for both shores of the Mediterranean. Morocco is also playing a constructive role in promoting peace and campaigning for the two-state solution in one of today's most contentious areas. It is the only country that is both signatory to the Abraham Accords, who was sovereign. His Majesty the King Mohammed VI chairs the Al-Quds Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice is clear. Supporting a strategic partnership with Morocco is not only an act of friendship with a neighbor, it's about building together a future where we lead the way to a safer and more prosperous Euro-Mediterranean region. Thank you.
And the last speaker to take the stage is the President of Moldova, Ms. Maia Sandu.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be among such good friends at a time when the world faces a storm of uncertainty. Let me begin by thanking the EPP family for your constant support to Moldova when we fought corruption, resisted oligarchy, and faced the consequences of Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. Those consequences are still with us. Russia has intensified its hybrid war, vote buying, cyber attacks, disinformation, all aimed at derailing our democracy last year. But Moldova resisted. We stood firm, protected our choice, and strengthened our democratic institutions. Yet, the threats have not disappeared. This year, Moldova faces another election, and Russia will try to derail it again. The stakes are even higher, a parliamentary election that will decide whether we stay on the European path or fall prey to foreign influence. Russia's objectives have not changed. It wants to turn Moldova into a corridor of influence and use it against Ukraine along a border of over 1,200 kilometers, the longest Ukraine has with any of our countries. This is the reality we face, but Moldova has made its choice. We stand with the free world, working every day to stay anchored on the right side of history. Moldova is safe today thanks to the resilience of the Ukrainian people. Ukraine is protecting not only Moldova, but all of Europe and the international order. This is why Ukraine needs even more military, economic, and moral support. Today we know if the international community had acted more decisively from the start, the human cost, economic losses, and damage to the international law would have been far lower. It is harder now, but not too late, to stop the aggressor and restore peace. Peace demands courage. In these testing times, we must learn from our Ukrainian friends and match their bravery with European unity. We must rise together or risk falling apart. At the same time, today's threats go beyond the battlefield. Where Putin cannot reach with boots on the ground, he uses hybrid means. We in Moldova have learned this the hard way. And Moldova's experience is not unique. The threats we face are the threats Europe faces. That is why, to stay strong, agile, and resilient, Europe must reform. To protect its promise of peace, defend its democracies, because peace without democracy is fleeting, and regard enlargement as a strategic investment in security. Dear friends, Moldova and Ukraine must join the European Union not only because we belong in the EU, but because Europe will be stronger, safer, and more complete by accepting those who fight for its values. The time has come to show that Europe rewards courage with action. Moldova, Ukraine, and the Balkans too are working hard. Together, under the leadership of the EPP, we can bring them, us, home. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your continued attention. We now begin the second panel on how to enhance Europe's competitiveness, securing economic growth, and creating quality jobs. Towards the end of her first mandate, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen tasked former Prime Minister Italian Mario Draghi with preparing a paper on competitiveness, on European competitiveness. The proposals in this paper are a core part of the current Commission's proposals on competitiveness, such as the Competitiveness Compass and the Omnibus on cutting on red tape. Our panel today will discuss how long-term competitiveness can be achieved and what can be done to create more quality jobs in Europe. I invite our speakers to join me here on stage. Please allow me to introduce Georgian Warborn, MEP and President of SME Europe, Lydia Pereira, MEP and President of YEPP, the youth organization of the EPP, Denis Racket, MEP and President of EUCDW, European Union of Christian Democrat Workers, and Sari Ratio, President of EPP Group in the Committee on the Regions. Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you for your participation in the second panel. Please sit down. Thanks a lot. I start with you, Mr. Warborn. As you already mentioned, the Omnibus package to reduce red tape has been introduced by European Commission as one of the measures of EU business increasing, no? To empower EU businesses. As president of SME Europe, what do you see as the biggest challenges that the single market currently faces in relation to small and medium-sized enterprises?
I think there are a couple of big issues that we have to deal with. But first of all, I would like to say that I think we are in a great position now, actually. I'm quite hopeful and optimistic because now we have a strong EPP Commission, we have a strong EPP in the Parliament and a strong EPP in the Council. So we have a lot of possibilities to solve a lot of issues, and coming back to competitiveness, the competitiveness not least SMEs need in order to create good paying jobs and prosperity for all. There are three main issues that we have to work with. You mentioned, of course, the omnibus, which is the first omnibus is presented, and that is so important now that we continue cutting red tape, cutting administrative burden, reducing the pressure that businesses have, and not least the small and medium-sized enterprises, because they are mostly affected by the red tape, by this administrative burden. So if we can reduce as much as possible, then we will increase competitiveness. It's about cutting cost, basically. So let's do that not only in the Parliament and the Commission and the Council, but also in the Member States. I think it is very important to implement our rules and regulation in a manner that stays competitive. The second thing I'd like to point out is the energy situation, because we have become too dependent on Russian gas, and we need to change that now. And we need to produce a lot of new energy. This is important for our competitiveness, and it has to be solar, it has to be wind, and it has to, yes, also be nuclear. We need that impetus and that strong leverage so that we have more energy in Europe. And the third and final thing I'd like to raise today is, of course, the internal market, to make sure that we deepen and broaden the internal market so that businesses, so that it's as easy as possible to do business all across Europe, because then we have a lot of leverage in the situation, in the turbulent situation we have now with Trump in the US administration and the tariff from the US. If we can deepen the internal market, that creates some leverage in our negotiations with the US and with the rest of the world.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rautio, as president of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions, I would like to ask you, what do you think are the main issues regarding competitiveness in EU regions?
Yeah, thank you for this timely question, and it's so nice to be here. And I agree on what Jürgen said earlier. First of all, the most important thing is to understand that cities and regions are different. They are very different.
Very different.
So also the solutions and the assets are different. So they face also different challenges in infrastructure, access to capital, suitable labor, and skills. And of course, the local and regional authorities, they look after, as we know, as average, they look after the 1/2 of the public employment, 1/3 of the public spending, and 2/3 of public investment. And everything what is happening, what was also said by Jürgen already, the big changes we are facing, it's all happening in the local level. And what do we do at the EPP to answer to this question, dilemma? We think small first. So EPP-led towns, cities and regions are the Europe's tapestry of local employment, heritage, culture, and sense of belonging. We are near people, we are near industry. So that's why we can't have the same system everywhere, but we need to listen to the enterprises in order to get the competitiveness raising. And the local and the regional governments are the agents for this change. So we need to shift our mindset and to, of course, to obstacle towards an adaptation to legal rules and to react faster and effective in the local level. And the most competitive and growth-friendly regions, which the EPP leads, of course, are often the ones that facilitate the smart specialization and integrated value chains. I want to give you just in the end, two small examples. For example, access to finance. We have the case of municipal banks in Sweden, which is really interesting. For my home region, on scaling defense, security, and dual-use innovations, coordinated by the city of Riihimäki, the DEFINE program brings together the Finnish defense forces, the country's leading companies from the industry, research institutes, and startups. So we need to let's work on common strategy. That means scaling up what already works in the cities and regions, but not the same way everywhere.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Pereira, as president of the youth organization of the EPP, and in your experience speaking with young voters, how do you explain to European citizens what things like competitiveness mean? How do initiatives from the different institutions directly impact their lives?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, and thank you very much for once again inviting the youth of EPP of taking part in this panel. In one of my last addresses as president of this great and awesome organization that I have had the privilege to lead for the past 6 years. And saying this, we have been putting a mark in a number of initiatives in the EPP exactly addressing competitiveness. And this is why. Because we cannot let the younger generations to grow up with a sense of being limited in their capacity to aspire, to have more, to, as our parents, as our grandparents could offer to us, this also has to be offered to the young people. And so competitiveness is a very fundamental piece of the puzzle, exactly to enable that we have good salaries, that we have good quality jobs, that we have access to healthcare. And so it is not by accident that in one of the last surveys of the Eurobarometer, for younger generations, economic stability and cost of living are the two main important points in their preoccupations, in their concerns. So what are we doing? We are where we've always been, the EPP. We are the stability in the House. For the past 5 years, we've been always advocating in the Parliament for, cutting the red tape. I remember in the several speeches that I delivered in the plenary to push for cut the red tape. And I tried to convince our colleagues from the different sides of the Parliament to come aboard with us, because this is delivering for the people. And we are the European People's Party. So this is our goal is to deliver for people, regardless of their generation. But in particular for younger generations, this is rather relevant, especially in some of the countries that are severely affected by housing crisis, which mostly affect younger generations. And this is what we have been doing. It is basically what Jorgen has said, that we have to cut the costs. It is what Sari just mentioned. We have to work with the different communities because they are all very special, they are all very unique, but we cannot lose sight of who are we doing this work for. And this is for the generations, but in particular to leave a better planet, a better continent for the younger generations.
Thank you for your input, Mr. Racket. As we have heard from your counterparts on this panel, the creation of quality jobs is of utmost importance for citizens and for your European businesses. When you speak with members of your association, what are the key things they are looking for in their jobs?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to speak in German.
Don't worry.
Yeah. I give you a second to have your earphone ready. Yeah, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we could think about what representatives of employees see when it comes to competitiveness. One of the questions is about bolstering competitivity, and this is central to securing jobs, and it is vital for us within the EPP. And I have to say, from my German perspective, when we look at how much pressure industry is under, both in European terms and in German. We look at energy-intensive industry, steel, for example, the car industry, and those who provide parts to the car industry and the loss of jobs, and the fear of job loss. It is enormous. And this is not only a threat to the basis of our prosperity in Europe, it also threatens our democratic stability in Europe, because we can see the successes of right-wing populists everywhere, recently in Germany as well. This is a dramatic development, and it has a great deal to do with this issue. And last but not least, of course, this includes the question of resilience and independence, because if major parts of our domestic industry, our European industry, is lost, and we become dependent on others in the world who do not share our values, they might not just be rivals, they might be open opponents, then we have a large problem. And that is why it is so important that with the action of the Commission now, we can see a collection of measures that send a clear signal to employees. We have understood, and that on European level, we intend to do everything possible, not just to make our industry fit for the shift to carbon dioxide neutrality, but also to make it fit for international competitiveness, to ensure the security of your jobs.
Okay, thanks a lot. We must underline a word very important about this panel. You first, Warborn, please. One word for resume, for result this panel. In one word.
Yes, so there are, of course, a lot of things we have to do. And I'd just like to mention one that we had this morning. We had an event this morning in SME Europe where I think we underlined the need that we all come together and that we discuss these issues much more. And from the SME Europe, we'd like to invite everyone, basically, to come together and to reach out to us so that we can involve ourselves in creating the most and the best competitive situation in Europe there is.
Okay, Ms. Pereira.
Well, I think the summary of this panel is that we have to get things done. And this is what we have committed in the beginning of this term with a strong EPP presence in the Parliament. And this is our commitment to the people. Get things done.
Thanks. Ms. Rautio, you first, please.
Thank you. Yes, I think what Lydia
briefly,
just said...
please.
Sorry?
Briefly, please.
Yes, yeah, what Lydia just said about people is something really, truly important. And that's why we have to figure out, for example, cohesion policy. That's not charity. That is solidarity, and that is taking everyone along. And when we want to build up our competitiveness, cohesion policy is a tool for that. But we have to get results from them. That's why I'm very fond of performance-based connection to the cohesion policy. But we have to have people first.
Okay, thank you. And you, please, Mr. Racket?
Ja, ich denke...
Yes, I think we really can say, and I think that this is our hallmark as EPP. We were pioneers in the EU. On the one hand, with a clear industrial strategy for the sustainable strengthening of our competitiveness, but also when looking at topics like the Union of Skills, where we are very clearly looking at how we can improve the level of qualification of our staff. How can we take people who have less formal education and bring them to a level where they have formal qualifications? If we look at a lack of qualified workers, this is a threat to our prosperity, and that's why it's so very important that the EU Commission has addressed this. And we can also say that when we look at immigration and the action taken by the EU, initiated by the EU, this is absolutely vital when it comes to competitiveness. On the one hand, to ensure that unlawful migration is restricted, while simultaneously, on the other hand, opening up possibilities. The key word here is the talent pool, people who we so urgently need to take in from third countries to our markets, our labour markets. And under von der Leyen's EPP leadership, we have taken positive steps in this direction.
Ms. Rautio, Ms. Pereira, Warborn, and Mr. Rocket, thank you. Thank you for your valuable contributions, which are very interesting and helpful. Thanks a lot. Okay, we finish the second panel. We will see in the third. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I still remind you that you can go and find the ballot boxes at the back of the Congress, so you can exercise your right to vote, because we have maybe 10 minutes more or less to finish this right. So please, until 5:30, okay? Not a minute more, not a minute less. Okay, after listening to this interesting panel discussion, it's now the turn for listening our leaders from the EPP opposition and party leaders from the European Union. So let's welcome to the stage the opposition leader from Estonia, Mr. Urmas Reinsalu. Please welcome him.
Dear fellow Europeans, gratitude to Partido Popolare for hosting us here in beautiful city of Valencia. Spain truly needs a change. Europe needs a clear mindset. First, security. We need rearm and do it today, not as an exercise for day after tomorrow. 5% level of GDP for defense cost is target already for several countries in Europe, and it should be a strategic target for the Union. We need to procure, develop defense industry and take it as paradigmatic shift, not as temporary priority. This is task for our Union and utmost priority for European People's Party. In that spirit, we need to create robust opportunity in current and next financial framework to invest to real military capabilities. Europe is a peace project, but peace will be achieved if we are capable to defend it. Ukraine's fight is our fight. We need consistently continue on military support and toughening sanctions on Russia. Putin manipulates now, but we should not bite. And we need to declare clearly, even if active battle pauses, there should be no return to ordinary business with Russia. This is a regime which is committing genocidal war, and their leaders should be under trial. If we ignore it for comfort, we betray our values. Ukraine will become a member of the European Union, and even if it takes more time, we will not betray Ukraine in their path to NATO, and we will never recognize de facto or de jure occupation of parts of sovereign Ukraine. And we have to support freedom of Belarus and Georgian people. Finally, our economy. Our people are expecting growth and jobs. And we have to find courage to reopen and review Green Deal package. First, energy, as ETS and ETS2. Europe can't afford to be a region of highest energy prices. We need to stop the industrialization of Europe and do it vitally, not just cosmetical maneuvering to appease a certain public sentiment. Return to market economy. Planned economy will not work out. Tough reality is that our GDP per capita is 2/3 of US as we compare by PPP. We need deregulation, capital, and trust in human creativity, in economics. In turbulent times, people of Europe expect from us leadership which is based on values, creates security and prosperity. Thank you.
Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I know you have to talk a lot all of you, but please, I'd like to ask you a little bit silence on the stage. Thank you very much, and I appreciate. And following with our speakers, and at this moment on the stage, the opposition leader of Lithuania, Mr. Laurynas Kasčiūnas.
Dear leaders of European People's Party, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here at a turning point in history. The world order, shaped after World War II, is undergoing profound change. As the United States steps back from its traditional leadership role, we see a clear shift from unipolar to multipolar system. While some fear this could lead to chaos, the outcome will largely depend on whatever traditional US allies can step up and strengthen their cooperation independently. Throughout the history, dominant leadership has often underpinned global stability. Yet history also teaches us that multipolar cooperation, as seen in the Concert of Europe or Hanseatic League, can maintain order without a single hegemon. Today we clearly see the United States seeking pragmatic deals with rivals like Russia and China, while putting pressure on long-standing allies. This echoes past concert systems, but history warns us such arrangements are fragile and rarely endure. Now Europe must step in and step up. This is not a question of resources. We have the manpower, the technology, and the economy. What we lack is true political will, not just rhetoric, but action. Time is critical. Russia acted now because it believed the West was distracted and weak. We must prove them wrong. Europe must seize back the initiative immediately. This must be backed by major effort to ramp up military production at the scale and by large, regular joint exercises along our frontiers. At the same time, Europe must consolidate its industries, legal frameworks, foreign policy, and financial systems. We must move beyond being just a market or a bureaucracy. We must become a true global economic and military power, united by a common will to lead and to shape the future. Of course, we need America. We must move, but at the same time, we must move past dependency on the United States. America can remain a valid partner, but Europe must chart its own course. Defeating Russian aggression is essential. Ukraine must be fully enabled not just to defend its territory, but to sweep Russian forces from its land and to strike deep into Russia's emotionally, economically, and industrially most vulnerable points. Europe must immediately launch a military production surge, dedicated 30% of initial output to Ukraine, part as a credit, part as a strategic support. Ukraine must be trained and equipped not just to survive, but to fully unleash Europe's overwhelming technological advantages. No longer forced to fight with its hands tied, but empowered to achieve decisive victory. At the same time, Ukraine must be deeply tied into Europe's political and economic structures. Long-term contracts for rebuilding Ukraine must be secured for at least the next 20 years. Ukraine's full political, military, and economical integration must be a top priority. And let me be clear, there must be no false peace deals dictated by Russia or others. A truce is not peace. If we accept a false settlement now, the war will return with all its strength and brutality. In the face of devastating war in Ukraine, marked by inhuman horrors, countless deaths of innocent people, and the destruction of homes, hospitals, and schools, we must ask ourselves, will always truly go unpunished? Do we truly believe we can prevent future wars by rewarding the aggressor, handing Russia Ukrainian territories and citizens as trophies, and rushing to restore business as usual with Moscow? Can we still speak of justice if we end up punishing the victim, Ukraine, instead of holding the aggressor to account? History is watching us, ladies and gentlemen. We must not make this mistake, not only for the sake of justice, but for the future security of our continent. Thank you very much.
Before introducing the next speaker, I insist, may I invite you please to make silence, because it's very noisy for all the speakers that they are on the stage. I hope you will understand it. I'm not so bad, believe me. Thank you very much. And now, we will hear the opposition leader of Slovenia, Mr. Janez Janša. Welcome him.
Dear Mr. President Weber, dear colleagues, dear friends, when we adopted the Rome Declaration at the 17th EPP Congress in 2006, the European People's Party, as the leading political force even at that time, spoke optimistically about a future in which a strong and fully united Europe would shape globalization. Today, after almost 20 years, it is clear that this vision has not materialized. While we successfully navigated the dangers of the global financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, significant setbacks have occurred. One of the largest members of the Union left. Over the same period, the US economy grew almost 50% faster than Europe's. We have become dependent on cheap Chinese goods, Russian energy, and American security umbrella. After the annexation of Crimea, we capitulated to Putin a second time. Through open border policies, we have imported millions of security challenges. We allowed the progressive left to take over the vast majority of cultural institutions, medias in many countries, also the judiciary. Instead of pursuing a pragmatic green transition that respects the principles of free market, we have veered into an unrealistic green utopia. And first of all, we have neglected two fundamental issues. First, demography. The trends are catastrophic. Without Europeans, there is no Europe as a cultural and political entity, nor an European Union as defined by the Lisbon Treaty. Second, hard power. The world is as it is, and sadly, not as we wish it to be. And we should act accordingly. Over the past 20 years, the world has changed dramatically, driven by technological advancements, demographic shifts, and the rise, strengthening, and cooperation of autocratic regimes. We are, in effect, at the beginning of a new Cold War with partially new actors, though many refuse to acknowledge this reality. But a clear look at the current global security, political, and economic landscape reveals where we are heading. The center of power in this emerging Cold War has shifted to Asia and the Pacific. Statements by the US President about the Panama Canal and Greenland must be understood in this context. Europe has become a secondary theater. Even the war in Ukraine, where hundreds die weekly, is a secondary battlefield for the great powers. One of them seeks to end the conflict quickly, clearing the table regardless of the cost to Ukraine or Europe, while the other, China and its allies, aims to prolong the conflict. And their reach is extensive, as demonstrated by Hamas' terrorist attack on Israel and the recent tensions between India and Pakistan, both nuclear-armed states on the brink of military conflict. The world is now more dangerous than at any time since the fall of the Berlin Wall. Europe's weakness and marginal role in this situation are partially our own responsibility, which we must honestly acknowledge. The EPP bears an even greater responsibility for the future of our continent and as well of our civilization. Two priorities are critical at this moment. First, as was said many times today, strengthening defense capabilities. So we must urgently and significantly enhance the defense capabilities of member states, reintroduce universal military conscription, and effectively pool research, development, and production capacities of modern weaponry. And second, reinforcing the transatlantic ties. As the first priority will not yield immediate results, will remain dependent on the US defense umbrella in the medium term. Therefore, we must stabilize transatlantic relations and fulfill our NATO obligations. If we fail to act on both fronts, sacrificing part of Ukraine will not suffice. Europe will soon face new territorial demands from a regime that is economically far weaker than us, but possesses greater hard power and is willing to use it to achieve its goals. The next 2 years will determine the future of our continent. So while the EPP is not solely responsible, given the political landscape in member states and EU institutions, our responsibility is the greatest. We face the most challenging and dangerous periods since the EPP's founding, and the priorities are clear. The stakes are extraordinarily high. Therefore, dear Manfred, our newly elected president, I believe, I wish you great luck, immense courage, and much success. Thank you.
Now we call to the stage the opposition leader of Cyprus, Ms. Anita Dimitriou.
Dear Roberta, dear colleagues, this is not the time for hesitation. It's a time for vision, unity, and resolve. A time for Europe to act broadly, to speak clearly, and with one voice. In a fast-changing world, it is encouraging to see common defense and security, a fundamental EPP position embraced across Europe. It is our duty to lead, not follow, and deliver a true European defence union. Without security, there is no foundation for growth or prosperity. Every ambition remains vulnerable. Every achievement stays at risk. We hear the voice of our colleagues from Eastern Europe with great empathy, a voice shaped by daily fear from an aggressive neighbour, and we do not ignore it. We also listen to every leader who reaffirms the principles that must always prevail: independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. The very foundations of lasting peace and not aggression. As Cypriots, we do not just hear these words, we live them. They speak directly to our own struggle. We cannot defend the rule of law abroad while turning a blind eye within on our borders. And the reality is that the European security architecture cannot be complete without Cyprus, while Cyprus remains under occupation. Every European security must be built on unity, clear principles and consistency, not on double standards or selective silence. Strengthening Europe's autonomy means standing firm on our values with every partner we choose. Any third country that aspires to partner with Europe must respect the same principles: sovereignty, rule of law, and fundamental rights. It is therefore inconceivable to include our occupier, Turkey, in a framework of strategic defense cooperation under the current conditions. As we speak, ladies and gentlemen, Turkey is expanding its footprint in Cyprus, making threats in the Aegean and undermining flagship European projects like GSI with baseless claims. If Turkey wants to work with Europe, it must behave like a normal European country. Today, we do not have the luxury of choosing aggressors. Let us be the ones who match words with will, who choose unity over interference and action over delay, because that is what Europe stands, that is what Europe needs, and that is what Europe deserves. I warmly wish President Weber and all candidates great success. Your leadership, dear Weber, will shape the future of our political family and through it the future of Europe. In the end of the day, it's a must. It's a must to protect who we are, what we are standing for, and the future we deserve. United, we can always do better. Muchas gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I need to inform you that it has been closed voting time, and now is starting the time to be counted the votes. So, having said that, let's go on, and listening our next speaker will be the opposition leader of Malta, Mr. Bernard Grieg. Welcome him.
Dear Manfred, dear Roberta, dear friends, dear colleagues from all across our great European family. Today we meet in Valencia, a city of life, hope, and strength. Listening is where leadership begins. Leading is what our people expect. And serving is why we exist. At Partit Nazjonalista in Malta, our political mission is clear and simple. Xogħol, ħajja, kwalità. Work, life, quality. We are committed to creating quality jobs and new opportunities. We fight for a better quality of life for all workers, for real solutions to the cost of living. We invest in our workers, we invest in our families, we invest in people. At the last European Parliament elections, Partito Nazionalista acquired its best result ever. We elected 3 of the 6 Malta MEPs available. We are, of course, immensely proud of this result, proud of all our MEPs, and, of course, proud of our Roberta Metsola, our own, who is today the President of the European Parliament, a beacon of hope, courage, and European unity. This is the spirit of Partito Nazionalista, a spirit that listens, a spirit that leads, a spirit that serves. In Malta and across Europe, we face challenges. We witness attacks on the rule of law. We witness the erosion of freedoms, and we face another growing threat, the threat of unjust tariffs. Tariffs that would punish workers, families, and businesses. Tariffs that would drive up costs and deepen inequalities. Tariffs that would hurt the very people we are elected to serve. At Partito Nazionalista, we believe Europe must stay a continent of free and fair trade. We must protect our industries, yes, but not closing doors or building barriers. We must find solutions that strengthen cooperation, competitiveness, and prosperity for all. And to do this, we must bring all parties around the table. We must talk, we must listen, we must find a common way forward. Because Europe's strength lies in unity, not division, in fairness, not protectionism, in opportunity, not barriers. We realize that there are those who would rather divide us than unite us. But the EPP stands firm. We stand strong. Because our values are rooted in the dignity of every individual. As we look ahead, let us remember, our people do not expect miracles. They expect honesty. They expect us to deliver. And together, by listening, by leading, by serving, we will build a Europe of hope, a Europe of dignity, a Europe of results. Thank you. Viva l'Europa!
After these words, I'm following with our speakers. Next to take the stage is the opposition leader of Netherlands. So please welcome Mr. Henry Bontebal.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, dear delegates, dear friends, we are all deeply aware that the future of Europe is at stake. The world order is shifting, and the United States no longer seems to be a reliable ally of Europe. Russia is waging an aggressive war in Ukraine and is also trying to destabilize other European countries. European citizens are looking for stability in a world that is no longer as familiar as it used to be. In several European countries, populist politics have changed the political landscape, including in my own country, the Netherlands. But I'm convinced, I'm deeply convinced, that the rise of populism is not an inevitable development. What we must do is provide a convincing response to the concerns and uncertainties that lie behind the growth of populism. We should not respond to populism using their tactics and rhetoric. Now we know we must offer something better. Now is the time to defend the European way of life. Its foundation lies in human dignity, the freedom for people to shape their own lives, strong community in which people care for each other, a social and sustainable market economy, a strong democratic constitutional state, and democratic citizenship. In these troubled times, we do not need political experiments. Now more than ever, we need politicians who resist populism and embody the alternative. We oppose that which divides us with that which unites us. We oppose rudeness with decency. We oppose autocratic tendency with a stronger democracy. We oppose policy based on the right of the strongest with a policy based on values. European People's Party plays a crucial role in shaping Europe. We must feel this responsibility and embrace this responsibility. This moment in time is not only a threat to Europe, but also an opportunity. An opportunity to take the promise of the European community one step further. No single European country can survive in this changed world order. But together, we are much stronger than the sum of our member states. We must give ourselves the following tasks. The democratic constitutional state is the foundation of the European community of values. We must fiercely demonstrate European values through our unconditional support for Ukraine. And we must invest heavily in strengthening our social and sustainable market economy. Leave no one behind. That should be the guiding principle of the EU. It is the task of this generation of politicians to shape the future of Europe and to pass on the values that inspired the first Christian Democrats to establish the European community. Thank you.
Now it's time to hear the Executive Vice President, Mr. François Xavier Bellamy.
Chers amis, messieurs.
Friends, President, ladies and gentlemen, dear Manfred, dear Roberta, in the history of a political family, we can have a meeting at an extremely decisive moment. And for the world and Europe, my dear friends, we find ourselves at a crossroads. We've never had a situation where the environment around us has been marked by so much risk, so much instability, so very much danger. And our responsibility has never been this great. And this is what brings us together today in Valencia, Spain. The weight of this shared responsibility, which we need to find a joint response to. And this is one to protect, to produce, and to transmit. Firstly, to protect, because we have the return of war to the European continent. Protect, because we can see the threats that our countries face. And today, of course, at the forefront of our minds are the Ukrainian people who are fighting for their freedom. But we also think about all of the people of Europe who are directly threatened. And we think about the threat of hybrid wars, which are currently taking place on our frontiers. We need to have a rebuilt defense industry. And we must find a way that our countries can protect themselves. Protection from the attempts at destabilization through new forms of aggression. I'm thinking about the migration crisis that has been organized on the borders of Poland and Lithuania. I'm thinking about the crises in Cyprus, Greece, Bulgaria. We need to protect our borders, to protect our destiny. And we need to be able to decide our fate rather than being victims of it. And we need to learn to produce. Dear Manfred, we have done so much work over the past few years. We need to defend what we produce in our countries and our Europe. I'm thinking about an industry which is currently facing existential risks because the competitiveness of Europe has been so badly damaged. The initial problem for producers in Europe is not competition. It's facing up to regulation which is poorly adapted. For our farmers and our fishers, we need to ensure security so that they can provide exactly what we need today. Yesterday in Spain, dear Alberto, we experienced exactly what it means to be deprived of something so vital, energy. We need policies that guarantee this security, because what we want to be able to do is to pass on to the generations after us the way to manage their own destiny, to ensure democracy in a world where freedom is ever more attacked, contested, threatened. How can we defend democracy if we don't have any ways to decide upon our own futures, if we cannot master our own fate? Europe is not one international organization amongst others or a market amongst others. It's a heritage of civilization. It's an aspiration for freedom. It is a will to pass something on. This is a history of over 2,500 years, and which is embodied in the decisions that we take today. And it is up to us, dear friends, to take these decisions, because today the EPP can act as never before. And dear Manfred, I would like to thank you for the work that you have done. At the last Congress in Rotterdam, there were 7 EPP governments. Now we have 15. After the wonderful success of our German friends, dear Friedrich Merz, and the hope that we have for you, our Spanish friends in Madrid, I am sure that in the years to come in France, we will be able to build something great too. We have a duty to ensure that Europe act for its future, and we are the only ones capable of acting together to take the necessary choices. Nobody will take those choices, those decisions for us. Nobody can have an impact on the future of Europe in the way that we can, those of us in this room. Friends, I have good news to share with you. In France, the Républicains, my party, we are ready to take this responsibility with our French delegation. Dear Roberta Metsola, you can count upon us. In France, we have found a way to grasp the attention and the heart of the French. I would particularly like to thank here Michel Barnier, who is here today with us. Mr. Barnier, I would like to thank you for your work on this. Dear friends, for a long time, we have had a struggle in France, and you have always stood by us. We are ready to come back stronger than ever, to show our energy, our commitment, our momentum. And we will lend that to the EPP, to the future of Europe, the future of France, more connected to each other than ever. Thank you so much.
And the last speaker who will be close this block is Mr. Boyko Borisov. Welcome him.
Could be Manfred.
Dear Manfred, dear Roberta, dear friends, dear guests, please allow me to first congratulate you for just 1 year back, led by Manfred Weber and now a candidate Ursula von der Leyen and then Roberta Metsola. Together, we achieved a decisive result, and now the future of Europe is in our hands, in the policies of the EPP. We live in very difficult times. Many aspects of our ideology are threatened and are challenged because we have always stood for prosperity, for peace. for major social contributions and work for people. And all of a sudden, we have a war in Ukraine, in Israel and Palestine, in India and Pakistan, probably too. So we must prove ourselves as very strong, mobilized, because we represent 450 million people. We have immense opportunities in innovation, in AI, in economy, in industry. I was very carefully listening to the colleagues from Ukraine earlier on. Indeed, peace. But peace can be achieved through strength, adequate strength, greater strength. The war in Ukraine has given us a chance to check our military capabilities, and they have proven very weak. Therefore, I welcome the program of the European Commission and of many of the member states to accelerate in 5 years the actions in the military complex, in innovation, in AI, in drones, in everything that at the moment has changed the tactics, the strategies of military actions across the globe. In terms of the energy diversification and new nuclear capabilities and capacities, we must be very careful there too, because the expensive resources with the new tariffs that are being discussed in the US on EU economy would also be a very hard hit. I would like to thank all those who have voted for, and thanks to whom Bulgaria became a full-fledged member of the Schengen area. I just spoke to Commissioner René on internal affairs and migration. You know, often after such events, member states don't put in too much effort in the border issue. Quite the contrary, Bulgaria, after joining Schengen, has been even more successful and has guaranteed zero illegal migration to Europe. So thank you. Thank you to all the colleagues, all the prime ministers here who have supported us on this path, because we now expect, with the Convergency report that we're looking forward to receiving on the 4th of June, we expect Bulgaria to join the Eurozone in the 1st of January. We're currently in the European Banking Union and in the ERM2. And with all conditions upheld, as with Schengen, and it is not by chance that I'm giving the example of Schengen, because we didn't burden you in Schengen and we will not burden you in the Euro area either. Dear colleagues, we are a strong party. We must not be mad and angry with the far-right populist parties. No, quite the contrary. We need to draw our attention to what people want in Europe. They want security. They want peace. They want prosperity. Some of these things throughout the past 10 years, we have stepped down and made a step back, even from Christian democratic values. I remember when we had a problem with the Christmas trees in capitals in Europe, and we are Christian parties. Yes, we have Muslims in them, but the core and cornerstone is Christianity. And in this, I believe that illegal migration, what has been allowed with the chaos that we have had, it is high time that we get a firm ground, get back to innovations in our industries and economy, and become leaders in the world. Our place that we deserve. I wish you good luck and success. I have voted for Manfred Weber because he is the one who led us to these successes at the recent elections. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. We now start the third and final panel for today, Future and Stakes, How to Shape Demography and Balance a Fair Life in Europe. This panel will focus on the demography challenges that Europe faces, the most pressing issues for European citizens, how the changing needs of the labor market increases the life expectancy, the population, and increase the cost of living. To name a few. But now, please, I'm going to invite our speakers on stage. Please allow me to introduce Rosalia Viro Ivolia, EPP Women President, Francesco Sismondini, European Democrat Student Chairman, Sofia Zaharaki, Minister of Education, former Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs for Greece, Stefan Berkamer, European Senior Union President, and Gadran Kaglar, Vice President of the EPP Group on the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you. Please. Thank you for your participation in this panel on demography. Rosalia, Ms. Biro, as President of EPP Women, you have worked to reduce the gender pay gap and to promote the gender equality in the labor market. We see across Europe that while women spend more time in education than men, more needs to be done to increase their participation in the labor market. What are some ways you think this can be done?
Thank you for the question. It's a very important one. Hello, everybody. I hope that in very short time we can give you very concrete responses because we need solution to deliver. We have a stand as EPP Women outside, so you can, everybody can take and see a little bit our vision regarding this topic too. But having given you the question, I will start to underline the fact that in the we usually say that ICT and STEM is the future. No, ICT and the STEM is the present. And having given you the gap what we have as women in this domain, because one of three in STEAM graduated, and one of 5 from ICT sector graduated is women. So the gap is a huge one. We need to have strategies which we have to put on practice in the European level, in national level, and in local level. And I will just announce maybe 2-3 strategies which are necessary. First of all, early encouragement and role models for girls and for women. If we analyze, we see that the girls at the beginning of between 6 and 8 years, they have more digital skills than boys, but they lose their will to think and to dream in ICT and STEM because of the stereotypes, because of the lack of visibility of female role models. But if just we look around here, we have so many female role models, beginning, I don't know, from Madam President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, Madam President Metsola. If we talk about our Vice President in women organization, Maria Gabriel, who make a revolution in digital when she was commissioner, or Madame Suica, who coordinate all the future of Europe action, or Madam President of Commission, or Madam Honorary President Doris Pack, or Esther de Lange, and I can say many. They are so many role models. Our most important thing is to put on the light their activity, to be more visible. This could be one strategy. Another one is to integrate in school curriculum the ICT and the computer science. The third one, special trainings and educational programs as Girl to Circular or eSTEAM, which empowers girls with skills in ICT and STEM. And also, which is very important, to tackling the systemic barriers, like stereotypes, like improving the legislation and work-life balance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sismondini, we hear a lot about so-called brain drain. How we can encourage people to make use of their freedom of movement in this union, but also focus on making quality jobs and higher standards of living across the bloc?
You are touching a very important issue, I believe, and it's something that former President Enrico Letta quoted on his report last year, and about the freedom of movement in Europe. We always see people moving from the east to the west and from the south to the north when it comes to job. No? People are looking for jobs in well-developed countries, in countries where life is better, basically. It's not the case for students, because, for example, if you look at Erasmus programs, you see that the young generation is very much open to discover, to cross their boundaries, to go to people from Italy going to Poland, people from Poland going to Portugal. We see that the new generation is actually interested in becoming European, in developing their European identities. And that's why I would really like to ask to Manfred, to our representative in the European Parliament, to support the Erasmus program, because now more than ever, seeing what's going on in the world, we need the European community. And the Erasmus program is the only program of the European Union who actually help the new generation and new students feeling European, discovering more about our union and supporting it. So I really hope that the EPP group should work for this. The next months will be crucial for this, because the MEPs will vote for the next European budgets. So there is a lot on the stake, and I really ask our representatives to support us. This is a concrete way to help us, the students of the EPP, and the young people of Europe in general. A second thing I would like to discuss with you is the Horizon program. FP10 is this framework program that will be voted as well in the next months. It's incredibly important for researchers and PhDs. And we need to be more brave. We need to have more courage in such a moment where a lot of researchers and postdoc are moving to the US and to Canada. Why? Because salaries are better, because companies are paying them more. So let's take the chance of this framework program to be voted by the European Parliament to invest more in the students. There are so many issues that are leading our students away, far away from Europe, and we need to find a way, a courageous and brave way to try to stop this brain drain. And I really think that, for example, in France, there are very good examples. In Paris, when it comes to housing, for example, that is another very important topic that we should discuss today. There is a public support that goes up to 900 euros per student that goes to study in cities where housing prices and rent are impossible to afford for many students. So let's try to understand which are the issues. I mentioned 3 of them right now, and let's try to invest more in the students, because we really need for Europe someone who tells us, you worth something, we want to invest on you, and stay here, please. Don't leave for the US and for Canada. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Kagler, as we know, citizens across Europe, particularly member states such as Spain and Ireland, are struggling to afford housing. Urbanization and economic factors such as reflection as well as demographic development has exacerbated the housing market in many cities. While there was a negative impact on rural areas, such as, for example, decreases in investment in critical infrastructure, what do demographic changing and immigration means for development of rural areas?
Thank you, Patricia, for asking this question. And I want to say thank you to EPP for taking up the issue. People have said that demographic development is like a ticking bomb, and the consequences will be more and more visible over the next years and decades. So I'm very grateful that we are having this panel. I would also like to say a greeting from the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly EPP group. Our group is called EPP and Like-Minded. At the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, we are the largest group, and we are still growing in strength and our coordination. So it's very meaningful, and 11 of us are here today. Now, to your question. We know that our birth rates are at record lows. So since 1975, we have been below reproduction rates. And at the moment, it is 1.38 in the European Union. Now, this obviously affects rural areas. It also affects urban areas, but rural areas are more strongly affected. And A second scenario is that young people tend to gravitate to cities. So what do we have to do in rural areas? We have to keep them attractive. Yes, there is more affordable housing and larger housing, but then we also need to make sure that there's infrastructure for the people to do meaningful things, like employers, for example. Sometimes we say, and you asked this, Patricia, immigration will solve the problem. But also immigrants tend to go into the cities. And also immigration on the long run cannot be the full compensation for the birth gap that we experience, because there'll be fewer qualified migrants. There is a brain drain problem, as we have heard. So there's a number of issues related to this. We need qualified migration, but we cannot say that this will solve the problem entirely. So rural areas have already become, in some parts of Europe, deserted. We already see depopulation, we already see problems. So what can we do? Commissioner Suica, who is here with us on stage, has published a toolbox that gives very good ideas how to create sustainable infrastructure, how to make sure that there is administrative services that are remote, to make sure that there is sufficient internet for people to do meaningful things in these areas. But I also think we should invest in community building. If people become fewer, they need to be more closely connected. That is things that we can inspire, but then the people need to do them. So demographic decline brings lots of challenges. I'm so glad that now we are talking about it. I'm so glad EPP is taking it up, and as we heard from the previous speakers, we are ready to take on responsibility, and this really is key for taking on responsibility for the future of Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Bergkammer. The ESU, European Senior Union, has strongly advocated for lifelong active aging. As we live longer in Europe, it's necessary to ensure that there is a high standard quality of life of all citizens at all stages. EPP once again has the Commissioner responsible for demography, Dubravka Šuica. In this mandate, part of her portfolio is the implementation of the demography toolbox across the member states. Can you share with us your thoughts on this toolbox approach?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very pleased that we are having today this discussion about demographic change, not only because it's a very important challenge for the future, but today, April 29th, it's also the 16th European Day of Solidarity between Generations. And such a day that's a wake-up call and highlights the role that interconnection between generations have to play in building a sustainable society for all of us. And when you ask me what need older people to play an active role in society, well, I have to tell you, to have the opportunity to play an active role in society, people of all generations have the same needs, the same interests, common goals. The need for a safe social environment and good social protection, a sufficient high income, quality and accessible healthcare, accessible and affordable housing, gender equality, combating ageism, and regarding well-being, we have to spend special attention for all generations for loneliness, for social exclusion, and mental health. And all these challenges require cross-generational understanding and solutions. So we have to reject the false dichotomy, the false split between youth and seniors. And it is a bit strange to note that in the family sphere, there is a lot of dialogue, solidarity, and in the public environment, it is so much less. So we need a comprehensive approach. And as my colleague said, the demography toolbox launched by our Vice President and Commissioner Dubravka Šuica is a good instrument. And why it's a good instrument? That toolbox makes the cross connections between the different generations, between the different policy areas, and the all the political levels, and that in connection with the civil society. And that's the way that we have to go. We need to build further on this comprehensive approach, and we welcome that Ursula von der Leyen has decided for the competence of demography, it again entrust to our Commissioner, Dubravka Šuica, to implement the toolbox, and that's important. So we hope that the EU will continue to develop a new vision on aging, one that moves away from ageism and seeing older age as burden, but instead facilitates the contribution of seniors to society.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zaharaki. The importance of the demography has been made clear already in this panel. There is, however, no one-size-fits-all approach across the EU. So, on the topic of the demography toolbox, and with your specific experience in national government, how can both the member states and the EU ensure that decisions are made at the appropriate levels while also making the most of the advantages of the diversity of member states?
So first of all, thank you, EPP, for bringing us here, and of course, Partido Popular for the organization today. All the delegations and the delegates that are here today, not just for theory, because I truly feel that what we've heard from the speakers of the panel has been very concrete ideas and measures on how to boost different levels of decision-making. In Greece, we have taken stock of this very thorough, meticulous work that has been compiled by Vice President Dubravka Šuica, then Commissioner for Demography. It was the first ever toolbox, and it wasn't a prescriptive one. So, number one, reply to your question. We don't provide one-size-fits-all solutions. We try to trigger it down to every society, the regional and local level, and I greet today the presence of mayors and regional leaders that can make a change in order to be able to apply very local policies and be able to combat, of course, this depopulation and the desert rural areas that we see in places like Greece. Now, the numbers in Greece are discouraging. Fertility rate at 1.32, every year constantly falling, and of course, many people over 65, but also room for possibility. And I would say that this toolbox has allowed us to be able to deploy very important local policy. Let me be more concrete. 20 billion euro over 10-year strategy, one national toolbox, the first one compiled by a member state right after the publication of the European toolbox. And now we are actually strategizing for 13 regional toolboxes, 13 regional action plans on demography in order to be more region-specific. So I would say that the question is bringing it down to the people. They make the decision what is suitable for them, how we create jobs on a regional level for young people in order to be able to stay, to have the freedom to stay where they wish to start the family should they wish to, the volume and the level they would like, of course, to deploy, and to be able to age at the area when they wish to. Just a final note, because I was very much interested in your remarks. In Greece, we're trying to get the elderly back to work. So we have introduced a reintroduction to work, and hundreds of thousands of people have already taken the possibility to go back. We're now compiling a new strategy on long-term care, using the TSI by the European Commission. At the same time, we are launching large-scale financial literacy as well as digital skills seminars for our elderly compatriots, while not forgetting, of course, the large importance of work-life balance, of having more children into preschool and allowing their parents with more parental leave. We have now increased the months of maternal leave, and of course fathers can take some of that to 9 months. It is one of the largest in the European level. So, of course, some guidelines by the toolbox. We very much, as I said, admire and respected the work done, but then analyzing, make it more country-specific, region-specific, municipality-specific.
Thank you, Mr. Minister Zaharaki, and thank you all. Ms. Viro, Sismondine, Vercarmel, Krugel, thank you for your opinions and for participation in this panel of demography. We have closed, we have finished this panel. Thank you for you again, and thank you for the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, it's my pleasure to yield the floor to our last speakers, who are from leaders of our European Union. So let's welcome to the stage the Federal Chancellor of Austria, Mr. Christian Stocker. Let's welcome.
Dear President of the European People's Party, dear Manfred, dear President of the European Commission, dear Ursula, dear President of the European Parliament, dear Roberta, dear colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure and honor for me to speak to you today as Federal Chancellor of Austria and new Chairman of the Austrian People's Party. This is a very special day for me, and I have seen quite a number of special days over these last few months. If someone had told me on New Year's Eve that I would come to Valencia as leader of the ÖVP and Federal Chancellor, I would have declared that person insane. Or, as my father put it, our local soccer team is more likely to win the Champions League than you are to become Chancellor. Well, he was proven wrong, at least in one respect. Our soccer team is still playing in the District League. But who knows, life is full of surprises, and I have learned to expect the unexpected, particularly over these last few weeks and months. So I decided to take responsibility and take this path together with my friends in the Austrian People's Party, many of whom are also here today. Thank you for being here with me. What we have also witnessed is that extremes in politics are on the rise, posing ever more challenges, both in Austria and across Europe and the world. These developments have made one thing very clear. In times such these, our People's Party is needed more than ever. Unlike all other political groups, we identify and address problems, always tackling them within the framework of our principles and values. Whereas the left doesn't want to see the problems, and the right doesn't want to solve the problems. Dear colleagues and friends, these recent government negotiations had dragged on for 5 months, the longest period in Austrian history. Had not been for us, Austria would have fallen in chaos and might be preparing for new elections right now. We were fully aware of our responsibility. This also included negotiations with the Freedom Party. I was harshly criticized for taking this step, but we knew that we had to act to prevent chaos. From the very beginning, however, I had made it very clear that we would never deviate from our principles and values. Protection of the rules of law, human rights, freedom of the press, rights of minorities, and our firm place at the heart of the European Union were non-negotiable. We all know how it ended. The FPÖ was unable to meet these conditions. Dear friends, the times are turbulent wherever we look. What is therefore needed? More than ever is a powerful, strong, and confident, reliable European Union, its strength, its unity, its shared values. Because the challenges we are facing today are far too complex to be managed alone. Only together we will be able to safeguard our prosperity and competitiveness. Only together we will be able to address climate change, the challenges of irregular migration or terrorism. Only together we will be able to respond resolutely to Russia's aggression against Ukraine and contribute to a just and lasting peace. Let's never forget that unity is our greatest power. But one thing is also clear. We must turn words into deeds. Enormous challenges lie ahead, challenges to be addressed and solved. First, migration, irregular migration, must be stopped once and for all. Although we have made significant progress in these last few months, far too many irregular migrants are still making it into the EU every single day. But we are finally on the right track. Also thanks to the European Commission and especially the Commissioner Magnus Brunner, who is running for EPP Vice President. Magnus Brunner is the essential driving force behind these new, more appropriate approaches in the EU migration policy. With him, the EPP can ensure that we make progress on managing migration. May I use this opportunity to ask you to support his candidacy. Thank you. The second key topic is Europe's competitiveness. In Austria, we are the third year of recession. Our economy is struggling with high energy prices and too much red tape. Instead of making the best rules, the EU must again make the best products. Especially when our transatlantic relations are being put to the test, Europe needs to reinvest into its own strengths and work on its strategic autonomy. Because for far too long have we outsourced our security to the USA, our energy supply to Russia, and our prosperity to China. The new initiatives taken by the European Commission to reduce these dependencies are going in the right direction. The Competitiveness Compass key initiatives to strengthen our European defense industries or new free trade negotiations with India and the United Arab Emirates, to mention but a few. I am confident that we will succeed with important EPP members in central positions, especially Ursula von der Leyen as President of the European Commission and Manfred Weber as President of the EPP. And with Friedrich Merz, the right man will soon be leading Germany, because a strong Germany will be good for Europe. Dear friends, times are indeed challenging, but also full of opportunities. I always say, never waste a good crisis. And this is what we should do. Let's join forces and turn this crisis into an opportunity. Especially when times are rough, it is the European People's Party that needs to take responsibility and turn the tide. Together we will lead Europe through these turbulent times. Thank you for your attention.
Closing this block of interventions, I call to the stage the candidate Chancellor, Mr. Friedrich Merz. Welcome him.
Dear Manfred, dear Ursula, dear Roberta, members of the EPP, friends and colleagues, many thanks for your warm welcome and many thanks for your hospitality here in Valencia. I'm very happy to be here and hopefully last time as the opposition leader from Germany. We will have our Chancellor elected next Tuesday in Germany's parliament. And the Social Democrats will finalize their vote within their party tonight. And we all hope that we will have their approval tomorrow morning, so the way will be free to elect a new government next week, precisely that time. So, but until then, you have to make your decisions on the presidency of the EPP today and tomorrow, and that's the reason why I would like to advertise first for our candidate, who is our president, Manfred Weber, and who is the deputy, David McAllister, by the way, who is, as far as I can see, the only dual citizen coming from Germany and from the UK. So if we should have an opportunity to have the UK on board of the presidency of the EPP, please vote for David. This is a good idea. Now, dear colleagues, it's less than 11 months after our successful European elections, and we are again gathering today here in Valencia. A lot has happened in those 11 months. The Russian aggression against Ukraine is continuing, and the death toll among Ukrainians continue to rise. I would like to say the message. Our message will and has to be very clear. If other nations and other countries question the values of national sovereignty and the inviolability of borders, of freedom and of democracy, we will stand even more strongly for these values. And at the same time, a new US president has been elected to the White House, putting our important transatlantic alliance to a test, both in terms of security and defense, but also when it comes to trade and more generally the cohesion of the so-called West. This, dear friends, is why I'm convinced that this is the hour of Europe, more precisely the European Union. The challenges we are faced with surpass our ability to deal with them alone on a national level. For our freedom, for the future of our societies, we have to act together more than ever before in taking common positions and speaking with one voice, especially by organizing our defense in a way that is much more effective and that raises our defense capabilities to a new level. That means we must be pragmatic when it comes to military procurement, and we have to agree on joint development in new projects and ramp up production fast. All this should happen within the framework of NATO, our Western alliance, but we Europeans must also be able to defend ourselves better than in the past. This is not optional. This is a precondition for preserving freedom and peace on our European continent. I know that many of you expect more German leadership than we have seen in the last years, both in the EU and on international level. Next week, as I said, Germany will have a new government. And I tell you, we will and we have to invest a lot of energy more into moving Europe forward. And as I told you in Bucharest last year and in Rotterdam the year before, I'm decided to take more initiatives, to take more time on international affairs and especially on European affairs together with you. And in this respect, I'm very proud to announce that for the first time in more than 60 years, my party, the Christian Democrats in Germany, will have the Foreign Office in our government. In addition to the issue of defense, we are facing other challenges. And, dear colleagues, let's not underestimate them. The US tariffs threaten to plunge the world into a new age of protectionism. Therefore, we must revitalize the conviction that free trade with the world carries benefits for all. Economy and trade are not zero-sum games. More than ever, we should conclude ambitious and comprehensive trade agreements. And I would like to say from this place, full support to you, Ursula, and your Commission, to all your efforts to come to more free trade agreements in the world. Full support from our future German government. And please, we should not overburden these trade agreements with too many other issues that are not directly trade related. Dear friends, this also requires us to set our priorities straight. At the EPP retreat in January in Berlin, we passed a resolution on substantially reducing the bureaucratic burden on businesses. May I come back to that? We have to find a better balance between fighting climate change, which is necessary more than ever, and protecting the environment on the one hand, and avoiding deindustrialization on the other hand in our countries. And dear friends, this is a very real and serious issue. We will not tackle the enormous challenges ahead with a shrinking economy. We should be ambitious in cutting regulation and relying on market-based instruments such as ETS, implemented by the European Union. So, allow me to be very open on that. Let us fight over regulation on all levels. Frankly, when I read that after we are annoying people with fixed bottle caps, or beeping cars. Now we will ask people to have their cars checked every year instead of every 2 years. Frankly, are we out of minds? Do we absolutely... Do we really make the EU more unpopular with such kinds of regulation? This is all over German media actually in the last few days, and that's the reason why I'm telling you, let's not destroy popular vote for our great European Union and our great European project with such nonsense. The last, but certainly not the least, issue I want to mention is migration. With the Return Directive and other legal changes, we are on the right way. We must drastically decrease the number of irregular migrants arriving in our countries. And if those numbers remain high, we have to discuss additional measures. Laws can be changed, and we should not be afraid of this if necessary. Dear friends, the EPP now today is the strongest political force in Europe, in the Council, in the European Parliament, and in the Commission. That means our leadership is more important than ever before. Let's show this leadership for the entire European Union, for the people in our countries. And from my perspective, in my future government, you can count on us. We will be ready to deliver, and we will be ready. We will be ready to form one of the governments in Germany which will be one of the most strongest European supporters you have ever seen from my country. Many thanks and good luck to all of you.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Merz, because one of the most rewarding aspects of gatherings like this is the chance to listen many experts, many policymakers, their perspectives, their experience, their insights make this kind of Congress so valuable. And now it comes my second special time at this Congress, because I give the floor to a man who is a crucial Spanish politician whom Spain needs at this moment. He's our present, he's our future, and I'm sure very soon he will be our next president of Spain. So please welcome, well, he has a little bit, well, a flaw like me. He's from Galicia, so he has a very weird sense of humor, and this is a flaw. But please welcome, with a big round of applause, the President of Partido Popular and co-host by this Congress, Alberto Núñez Feijóo.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the city of Valencia. Welcome to the Comunitat of Valencia, and welcome to one of the oldest nations of the world. Welcome to Spain. Apologies that I couldn't speak to you until now, but this is also what the European People's Party is. The European People's Party has a commitment to prioritize people over and above ourselves, to put their needs above ours, and that's something we should do always. We are starting to understand the most dramatic circumstances of the blackout that our country suffered. We've started to understand this over the last hours, and I'd like to send out all of my wishes to the people who died. You will understand, colleagues, that it was my duty, and I'm sure that you will understand the reason for my delay in arriving at the Congress. President Manfred, dear colleagues, dear Vice President of the European People's Party who brought us to this Congress, dear President of the Commission, dear President of the Parliament, dear Chancellors of Germany and Austria, I'd like to congratulate both Chancellors, and I'd like to congratulate my colleagues in the opposition and our Chancellor of Germany. Well, it's just a few more days as the opposition, but as you will understand, having listened to the Chancellor of Germany, the opposition is a place where you reflect, it's a place where you learn, and it's a place where you carry out useful politics, and that's why the Chancellor of Germany thus far, the opposition will be the best chancellor that Germany will have in the next decades. So congratulations, Merz, congratulations. I'd also like to thank you for staying in Spain, despite yesterday's blackout, despite the uncertainty that was generated, despite everything. And I really express my thanks to you from the bottom of my heart. As a Spaniard, thank you to all of the prime ministers. Thank you to the presidents of government. Thank you to the vice presidents and the commissioners of the European Union. Thank you very much for continuing to trust in Spain. You've offered us help. You've offered us information. You've been by our side always. Spain deserves this. This is what this great nation deserves. But particularly, all Spaniards deserve this. All Spaniards that yesterday, in the middle of a situation of chaos and uncertainty, came back and showed a lesson, gave a lesson of civil responsibility, exemplary behavior. We're very, very proud of all Spaniards in the way in which they reacted, the way in which they behaved facing this situation. The last hours, I know that you've sent in your support and your solidarity, but you've also asked me a lot of questions. What happened? What happened exactly? Could this happen again? And I would like to give you answers to these questions, but I can't do this. And I can't do this because the official information that we currently have is not information that will clarify the situation nor give us any answers. I'm convinced that we will know everything, that the government of Spain will need to give explanations, the explanations that they owe to citizens, but also that they owe to all of Europe, and that we will find out what the vulnerabilities there are that we absolutely will have to fight against to ensure that this country will never again collapse like it did over the past hours. Of course, and once again, I thank you very much for all of the help you're going to give us in this task, because the participation independently of European authorities will be key to understand the truth. We all know that what happened cannot be looked at as just an anecdote of little relevance. No, absolutely not. It is incredibly serious in and of itself, and it's critical because this has happened at a crucial moment for the European Union and for the continent, a moment in which we can't underestimate the vulnerability that has been exposed, with the challenge of defense of energy sovereignty and with strategic autonomy. It is absolutely critical for us to know and understand that yesterday the fourth economy of the euro was paralyzed, when something that thought would be impossible. And who is going to take responsibility for this? And above and beyond this, what decisions are going to be taken to ensure that our nation is protected in the future? One of our collective challenges is to design a solid Europe, an autonomous Europe, a competitive Europe, and I'm committed to doing this. I'm committed, and I take this commitment here in front of you, in front of European prime ministers. I give my commitment here in front of the #1 European party, the European People's Party, as a Spaniard and as here facing all European citizens. We are going to work tirelessly to ensure that Spain once again is a trustworthy country inside and outside our borders, and I commit to the fact that we will build a strong Spain to be able to have an even stronger Europe. And so, to finalize this, I would say to you once again, thank you. Tomorrow we will continue to work, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Núñez de Feijóo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, it's now another special moment. It's my privilege to welcome a woman whose remarkable commitment, strong leadership, ambition for Europe's future continue to inspire all of us. I admire her, and join me in giving her a warm and enthusiastic welcome with a big round of applause. Mr. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission.
Thank you very much, my dear friends. Dear Manfred, dear EPP family, it's wonderful to be here today, and a very special thank you to you, Alberto Feijóo, for your amazing hospitality. You have organized this incredible Congress at a really important time. And allow me also to say a word to yesterday's events. Yesterday, citizens across Spain and Portugal and parts of France faced an unprecedented power outage. And I would like to commend them for the calm and the civility that they have displayed in the midst of this most challenging blackout. They've shown collective responsibility. They've shown solidarity with the people that suddenly found themselves unable to go home. And let me in particular thank the police, the firefighters, the traffic controllers. In all countries, they've been working under immense pressure to protect the citizens and to maintain the order. Gracias e obrigada a todos. This EPP Congress is a reunion of friends, and I particularly want to pay tribute to my dear friend Manfred. Manfred, you are known as an outstanding leader. Last summer, it was an honor and it was a pleasure to hit the campaign trail with you. And my friends, look at what we have achieved together. We scored a resounding victory in the European elections. We are by far the largest group in the European Parliament. Roberta's leadership won her a second well-deserved mandate. And we have one of the largest EPP teams ever in the European Commission, and it's great to see so many of you here today. Dear Manfred, you have made EPP strong. And a strong EPP means a strong Europe. So you have my full support to lead us for another term as president of EPP. And let me also thank you for choosing Dolores Montserrat as candidate for the Secretary General. Dear Dolores, thank you for putting so much passion in everything you do. You're a great choice to be the first woman Secretary General of our party. And I think Roberta will agree with me when I say other parties speak of gender balance. We, EPP, we deliver on it. And dear friends, just over a year ago, I stood in front of you in Bucharest to ask for your support. And I remember sharing with you the lesson of my father, that Europe is more than a market. Europe is more than a set of institutions. Europe is more than a union. Europe is our home, and our first mission is to protect the place we call home. It is about prosperity. It is about security. It is about democracy. And this is what we as EPP have promised to the people of Europe. And they have entrusted on us to deliver on this promise, because they know leadership that is equivalent with EPP. As we've shown from Donald Tusk in Poland, to Kyriakos Mitsotakis in Greece, from Petteri Orpo in Finland, to Andrej Plenković in Croatia, from Nikos Christodoulides in Cyprus, to Ulf Kristersson in Sweden, from Luis Montenegro in Portugal to Luke Frieden in Luxembourg, from Ivica Silinia in Latvia to Christian Stocker, we just heard him, in Austria, from Zelyaskov Rosen in Bulgaria to Ili Boloyan in Romania, and in a few days, Friedrich Merz in Germany will join us. And my friends, all of you here, from ministers to mayors, from European Parliament to local government, you know the simple truth. With greater power comes greater responsibility. And my friends, today is also the day to say again very clearly, we are willing to take on this responsibility. EPP means leadership, and we will deliver for Europe on all levels. That's our promise. And my friends, our victory last year belongs to all of you. But we also know that election day is never a finish line. It's the moment to hit the ground running. And this is what we've done from day one on. In our difficult times, Nothing can be taken for granted. For decades, free trade has been a driver of global prosperity. It has lifted billions out of poverty and sustained the livelihood of millions of European families. Now, global markets are shaken by the unpredictable tariff policy of the US administration. US tariffs on the rest of the world are at their highest in a century. The IMF issued a stark warning last week, and that is no surprise, because tariffs are like taxes. They hurt consumers and business alike. They affect Wall Street as well as Main Street. Millions of citizens will face higher grocery bills. Medicines will cost more. Transportation will cost more. Inflation will go up. And this is hurting, in particular, the most vulnerable citizens. Business, small and big, suffer from day one. Greater uncertainty, disruption of supply chains, burdensome bureaucracy. My friends, we cannot and we will not allow this to happen. We have to double down on our hallmark policies of open markets, of win-win trade and investment partnership, and of free and fair trade. But in every crisis, and Christian Stocker, you said it, in every crisis there's also an opportunity. Not only is our single market the largest in the world because of its openness to the world that is so much greater than that of the United States and China, but we are also world champion in export to GDP. So our companies need the global markets. And in this moment of crisis, it pays off that Europe is reliable and predictable. We have already the largest network of free trade agreements with 76 countries around the world. Now the world of trade is turning towards us. And Friedrich, you mentioned it. Since last year, we've concluded a new wave of trade deals from Mercosur to Mexico to Switzerland. We're working with India and Indonesia, with the Emirates and Thailand, the Philippines and Malaysia and the Pacific. They all want to deal with us because we are fair, we are reliable, and we play by the rules. So, my friends, let's stay the course, cool-headed and united, because that's who we are, and that's the European way of trade. Let's stick to that. But the key to our prosperity is to put our own house in order and to make business easy right here in Europe. Our single market is a safe harbor for European businesses, a place where they can grow strong before they set sails on global markets. But we've discussed here today, too, the vitality of the single market is held back by too many national barriers, too much fragmentation, too much bureaucracy. And that's why we introduce the now famous omnibuses to simplify and to speed up. I mean, we have so many opportunities, we have to grasp them now. And take just a digital startup in Europe, a digital startup that wants to scale up in the European single market. Instead of having one single rule to deal with across the European Union, this digital startup is facing across all member states over 270 national regulators active in digital networks. This is unbearable. That fragmentation is the key factor why we are falling behind. If we remove all obstacles inside our union, we could boost our own GDP as much as 10%. So, my friend, it's time to break the chains. Europe was once the cradle of innovation. We want to be it again. Let's free up European innovation, and let's boost again the entrepreneur spirit of Europe. That is the EPP task we have ahead of us now, and we will deliver, my friends. And this is the moment to stand up also, not only for our strength, but also for our values. We don't invade our neighbors, and we don't punish them. On the contrary, there are 12 countries who absolutely want to become members of the European Union. That's round about 150 million people. In Europe, children can go to good schools independent of their parents' income. Controversial debates at universities are welcome. We consider freedom of science and research as fundamental, not only because it is a core value of us, but also because this is how excellence and innovation thrives. And this is why Europe is open to the best and brightest. This is why we will make proposals to help them choose Europe. Because we want scientists and researchers from all over the world to make Europe their home and to make Europe the home of innovation again. That's the moment to act right now, my friends. It's a very special moment to attract the best and the brightest. But now is the moment to act. Choose Europe. And my friends, we must continue to deliver on what matters to the people of Europe. Food security is key to our overall security. And we must always be grateful to our farmers who provide us with quality food every single day. They are the custodians of our land and our most ancient traditions. But we also know that their job is of key strategic importance. So, their hard work must pay off. Farmers deserve a fair income for the food they produce and a level playing field with global competitors. Last year in Bucharest, we discussed to provide them with better incentives, better rewards for protecting nature, and much less administrative burden. And now, my friends, we have to deliver this, we have to get it done. And from the beginning, I have emphasized that migration is a common European challenge that needs a common European answer. We are following a twofold strategy. First, we have to take control of the numbers of illegal arrivals. It is important that migration does not happen at a faster pace than our communities can keep up with. And to be very clear, we will fulfill our international obligations. We've done it in the past, we do it today, we'll do it tomorrow. But it is us, the Europeans, who decide who is coming to Europe and under what circumstances, and not the smugglers and traffickers. Since the start of this year, illegal border crossings have gone down by 30%. And this shows that our engagement with our southern neighbors delivers. And we will continue this work. And second, we have to implement the Migration Pact and Asylum Pact. We have a new body of law that helps us to put our house in order. Let's focus on doing this. And we need better results on return. My friends, it cannot be that only 20% of those who have a negative asylum decision actually leave Europe. This is why we cannot go on like this. It's way too low, the figure, and we cannot explain it to our citizens. We must do better. And this is why last month we proposed new legislation, because being tough on illegal migration allows us to pave the way for much-needed labor migration, because Europe should always be open to more talent and more skills. And finally, dear friends, security for Europe also means doing our own defense. The threat posed by Russia will not go away. And we know that the American focus will increasingly shift towards other regions. So there is no doubt peace in Europe requires that we take much greater responsibility for our own defense. And already at our Congress in Bucharest, we discussed to turbocharge our defense industrial capacity. But no one could imagine how much we'd achieve in a short span of a year. Up to 800 billion euros of investment are now there for our common defense. All 27 member states are on board. New defense partnership with Norway and soon with the UK. We've done more as EPP for European defense in a single year than in several decades. The EPP has always been the party of European defense. And today we are the party that is delivering on the European Defense Union, my friends. This was the dream of De Gasperi and Schuman and Adenauer. And now their dream is coming to life. And the people of Europe are massively in favor. But we also see that the far left and the far right have always opposed this idea. And now again from the fringes, some are trying to boycott this European awakening. They say Russia is not a threat, and Europe is not the answer. So let me be very clear. Only a strong Europe can protect peace in our continent. And the far right and the far left are not pro-peace. They are just pro-Putin. And we will not allow this to happen. We all have seen how Putin negotiates. We all have seen how Putin negotiates. Just 2 weeks ago, on Palm Sunday, Putin launched ballistic missiles on people going to church. He has proven time and again that he cannot be trusted, and he can only be deterred. For just and lasting peace, we must continue to stand with Ukraine, with more military and financial support, with more pressure on Russia, and yes, with a clear pathway for Ukraine to join our European Union. And our message to Ukraine is very clear. Your freedom is our freedom. Your security is our security. And your future is in our European Union. And my dear friends, we in EPP stand for a democratic Europe, where the people decide and where they are masters of their own future. This has been our guiding light ever since the EPP was born back in 1976. 50 years ago, come next year. That's when our founders joined forces and laid out the first EPP manifesto. The title was Together for a Europe of Free People. 50 years ago. And this is the aspiration that has guided us for half a century. And it must still guide us today. A Europe of free people, free to choose our path, free from fear and oppression, free to shape our European home. That is the soul of the EPP. It was our first motto, it remains our mission and our moral duty. So long live the European People's Party and long live Europe. Thank you so much.
After the awards, thank you very much, Mr. von der Leyen, Ms. von der Leyen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and my pleasure to welcome the President of the European Parliament. Her leadership, her vision, and her dedication are truly inspiring. So please, let's welcome with a big round of applause, but louder than me, Ms. Roberta Metsola.
Buenas tardes. Querido Alberto.
Good afternoon. Dear Alberto, before starting, I would like to thank you for your courage, for your friendship, and for your leadership. Thank you very much for receiving us here in this beautiful city of Valencia. I was in Spain when the terrible floods back in October took place, and even though I've returned to your country since then, it really is a very special moment for me to be here today and to be able to express my solidarity in person. Thank you to our colleagues from the Partido Popular, to my great friend Dolores, and to Esteban, Manfred, and all of those who have dedicated their time, their efforts to the organization of this year's Congress.
To all the EPP team for bringing us here today. Now, dear friends, listening to Friedrich Merz just now, I was taken back to my first EPP Congress in Berlin in 2001. I was a student then, campaigning for my country to join the European Union, arguing over amendments to resolutions in late-night hotel corridors. It feels like a lifetime ago, but the passion, the drive that I first witnessed then, I can still see shining here today in all of you and in all the young people who are here today at their first EPP Congress. I can tell you now, this will not be your last. These events are personal to me. This political family is personal for me. Since those days in Berlin, we have won together, we have changed together, and we have lost, come back, and we have stuck together. And throughout all that, we have never lost track of our raison d'être, of our drive to make Europe stronger, to protect our way of life, to stand up for our families, for our farmers and our industry. When Europe asks questions of us, when we stand at these cliched, metaphorical crossroads, it is within our values that we find the answers. That is what we do. That is the basis of our political culture. Pragmatic, studied, moderate, principle-based leadership. That is what the EPP taught me. That is what I see personified in Manfred Weber. Dear Manfred, thank you for your drive, for your commitment, your leadership, and for always being there for all of us, no matter how difficult the moment became. Thank you, Manfred. That is what I see in Ursula von der Leyen and our commissioners, who over the years, dear Ursula, you have navigated impossible geopolitical challenges, but you've done it with strength, with grace, and with purpose. Thank you for standing up for us and for Europe. That is what I see every day in our MEPs, who work so hard to deliver a new Europe for our citizens. So to all my colleagues, I thank you. I am so proud and so grateful to be part of our parliament with all of you, also many of you here today. We had a slogan once that was, "We believe in people." And that really struck with me, because that is at the heart of what we do. It is what I want to say to all those of you who are here from candidate countries, from Ukraine, from the Western Balkans, from Moldova, from Georgia. I know what these congresses mean to all of you in particular, because that is what they meant to me not so long ago. We must be future-driven. There is only one way, and that is forward and together. With the new Parliament, the new Commission, and with our Prime Ministers in the European Council, there is no excuse for us not to deliver. Because the renaissance of Europe is really within our grasp. We just need the resolve, the political courage to make these changes, to show that we are a continent on the rise, to prove that we are open for business, for ideas, for new ways to tackle old problems. This is how we defy the cynics and merchants of gloom. This is how we will keep beating back against those who have already written Europe's obituary. The first step is to understand what happened in the last European elections in June. People went back to basics when they voted. Number one, people want economic security. They want a job, they want a chance to grow and scale up their business. A fair chance to get onto the housing ladder that becomes more and more elusive every year, particularly for younger people. Number two, people want systems that work, that simplify, not complicate. Systems they understand, that give them the freedom to live their lives as they choose. And that makes a real difference to them. Number three, people want safety and security. They want their children to be able to walk in the street without fear. This is the kind of peace of mind that would allow them to sleep a little bit easier. I can tell you, as a mother of 4 children, that is what I would like to. It is not too much to ask, and it is not too much to deliver. And I can assure you that in the European Parliament, and with all the MEPs who are here today, we are committed to getting it right during this legislature. Over the past months, since the Parliament voted for the new Commission, we have listened, we have prepared, and we have responded. For years, we have heard the same old story, that Europe is too slow, Europe is too divided, Europe is too bureaucratic. But my friends, I'm here to tell you that I know that Europe is strong, Europe is proud, and Europe will grow from strength to strength. Just look at how far we came on our collective security and defense. It is our family that is leading the way here. Poland, Latvia, Greece, Finland, Romania. These are the EU countries investing the largest share of their GDP into strengthening our security structures. Because this isn't just about reacting when a crisis erupts. It is about having the foresight and the courage to take the kind of measures needed to prevent it from happening. Russia's illegal war on Ukraine brought that horrifically home to us. We cannot waver in our support. We must keep standing with our friends in Ukraine until a just and lasting peace is secured. Not out of altruism, but out of a duty to keep our people safe, out of our responsibility to make sure that we help secure a real peace, peace with justice, peace with dignity, peace with integrity, and based on the ultimate principle of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. From an economic standpoint, we are also listening. Over the past few months, I have met with business owners from all walks of life, from big industrial giants to smaller family-run enterprises. They all say the same thing. They just want a chance to compete. And here, Europe's answer should be clear, unambiguous, and resolute. We have your back. We will stand up for our businesses, our industry, and our families. This is what the European Parliament is doing. Not just with words, but with action. Earlier this month, we voted to postpone the dates of application of certain reporting requirements, the so-called stop-the-clock mechanism. We did this in record time. It is going to give businesses so much needed breathing space. Less time buried in paperwork, more time turning ideas into action. Now, our simplification agenda and actions are, of course, very good first steps. But now comes the difficult part, because the challenge isn't only about streamlining regulations. It is about making sure our commitments match people's expectations. It is about having the courage to go beyond papering over the cracks. Last year, we saw the highest voter turnout in the European elections in 30 years. If there's one thing that I learned as I saw the results coming in, is that people do care, that people believe in Europe, that they want to believe that this union of ours still has purpose, direction, and the power to improve their lives. And it is up to us to give them that reason, to show them that the values we talk so often about aren't just lofty ideas in old treaties or easy sound bites, but that it is precisely because of them that we are able to make people's lives easier, better, fairer, safer, even if that means taking the painful decisions that we know are necessary. That is what leadership demands and what this moment calls for. Dear friends, what Europe stands for, what we symbolize in Europe and across the world, matters more than ever. Our European way will deliver. Yes, we might be a little bit more boring than some of our counterparts. Our systems may be a little bit more predictable. But in politics and in achieving results, that is not a bad thing. We are a work in progress. The idea that Europe is not perfect, but we have shown what we can do. We have shown that we can find the political will to tackle generational issues that have kept our union from reaching its full potential. And we will do that again with our competitiveness drive, our simplification agenda, and our urgent need to deliver on security and defense. Our work must speak to people's lived realities, including the too many forgotten voters out there, to the young people who feel disillusioned with politics and consume news through a different lens, to the elderly who struggle with the pace of change and who still feel left behind, to mid-income Europeans for whom it is still too hard to reach the end of the month. Because being the party of this organization, being part of the People's Party means being on their side, always. It is also time to move forward with real integration in our defense, energy, telecoms, and financial markets. Because in a world of growing geopolitical rivals and economic giants focused on their own people, industries, and businesses, we need to recognize that while individually we are small, together we are a force to be reckoned with. Just look at the United States response. Now, I do not want to be misinterpreted. I will always, always stand for free and fair trade. Tariffs benefit no one. But I think it is important to recognize that we have managed to send a strong and united message and underlined that the less barriers we create, the more prosperous our peoples will be. So, of course, Europe will act to protect its workforce and defend its interests. Of course, what we are really going forward and what we really need to go forward is more dialogue and not more tension. That is what we must use this 90-day pause for. We can create a win-win for all. The same applies in the context of forging a new, closer relationship with allies like the United Kingdom and Canada. Spain and Portugal's ties to Latin America give Europe a unique ability to speak to the world and listen in a manner that enables common understanding and protects multilateralism. The times we are living in today mean that we need to get used to doing things differently, to adapting, to challenging perceptions. So let us not be afraid to take the next steps that we know are necessary. Progress doesn't wait for politicians to feel ready. It doesn't wait for comfort zones to catch up. One person described the age we are living in now, with artificial intelligence in particular, as akin to the revolution that took place in the 19th century, when the world moved from an economy based on agriculture to one based on industry. It is that big, that transformative, and that critical. And it's already happening. So we must be ready to face the inevitable pressure in the confrontation between autocratic AI and democratic AI. I want Europe to lead in this space, and I know that means giving our businesses, our researchers, our engineers, our coders, and our patent holders the room and the support that they need to compete, to innovate, and to grow. Dear friends, I will conclude by thinking back to last weekend. Like many of you, I had the honor of being in Rome last Saturday to attend the funeral of His Holiness Pope Francis. In remembering his extraordinary life and legacy, I would like to quote one of his most powerful teachings. If we want security, let us give security. If we want life, let us give life. If we want opportunities, let us provide opportunities. The yardstick we use for others will be the yardstick which time will use for us. Let that be our guide. Gracias, España. Viva Europa.
Thank you, Spain, and long live Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, President von der Leyen and President Metsola underline the importance of the European unity and strength in these challenging times. Seeing you all here together and having the same feeling of being together at Valencia confirms how strong and central the EPP's role is in keeping Europe together. For us, keeping Europe together is more than a political job. It's not just a commitment we made when we entered into this. For us, keeping Europe together is the DNA of our political party. It's who we are. It's about being part of the same family. It's about coordinating and aligning. It's about to be a true and modern European political party. One man has submitted his application to be leading this party in the coming years. A man who has already led our party over the past 2 years. A man who wrote an historical election success with your party, being together with you. This man is on the stage, so I'd like to welcome, with a big round of applause, Mr. Manfred Weber.
Dear friends, the delegates, dear EPP family, I think, first of all, in the name of all of you, let me thank again our Spanish friends, our Spanish hosts, Alberto, the front row, but also Dolores and Esteban, for hosting us, for inviting us here to Valencia. España siempre ha estado.
Spain has always been in the hearts of Europe, and today the heart of Europe is beating here in Valencia.
And, dear friends, it's not just the great Spanish culture, the sun, the food. It's really that we are among winners. I just want to remind all of us from all over Europe that since Alberto is president of Partido Popular, they won all elections from the national to the European elections. In last year, European elections, Partido Popular doubled the seats in the European Parliament, and soon Alberto will be Prime Minister of Spain. I'm sure about this. Congratulations to this. Dear friends, last time when we met for an electoral congress, it was in Rotterdam. Some of you mentioned this already, 2022. 3 years ago, you elected me as a successor of Donald Tusk. And let's be honest, the EPP was in a defensive situation. The left spoke about a social democrat decade. The Greens were setting the agenda. Macron and the new liberals said already that the movements are the future and the parties are the old stuff. We were in opposition in 19 countries in Europe. Numerous commentators had already declared the political end of Christian democracy in Europe. Rotterdam was for us as EPP a historic turning point. And, dear colleagues, we stood up. We did it the EPP way. We were listening, we were unifying, we were delivering, and you know me, never in an ego show, always in a team approach, in a family perspective. The EPP method paid off finally. Rotterdam, 8 prime ministers and presidents, council members, and today in Valencia, 13 prime ministers of the EPP. The socialists have 3, the liberals have 3, and EPP have half of the council. Let's be proud about what we achieved in the last 3 years, dear friends. And Roberta and Ursula did it already, but let's enjoy also, from my point of view, for a few seconds again, the last 3 years. Remember our longest-serving colleagues on the council table. Kyriakos Mitsotakis and Andrei Plenković have been re-elected 3 times and doing a great job for their country. Congratulations to this. The president of Cyprus, Nikos Christodoulides, we called each other after his victory, and then he committed, yes, I am EPP and I'm proud about this. Anita, you agreed on this principle to do so. Luc Frieden won in Luxembourg. We have Karpati under Boyko's leadership strong in Bulgaria, back in the government there. We won the north of Europe, so the icebreaker was Ulf Kristersson. And then Petri Orpo followed. We have Selina Ivica, and soon Simon Harris in Ireland will follow as Taoiseach. Dear friends, in several countries currently led by the EPP, we are in campaign in this moment of time, and we are crossing fingers. For example, for our Portuguese colleagues, Portugal deserves stability, and Luis Montenegro is a man who can provide this stability. And dear friends, Romania, for us as EPP, an important country. I want to thank Klaus Johannes for his service, and now we are crossing the fingers for Crin Antinescu to become the next president of Romania. All the best for our campaigners there. Today we have already listened to the new Chancellor of Austria, and Christian, I want to thank you, because in our talks over Christmas break, when you did the negotiations, I was sure that the ÖVP will defend our principles as EPP in the negotiations, and you are the guarantor that Austria is embedded in a pro-European approach, thank you for this, as also the next Chancellor of Germany will do so. So Friedrich Merz, congratulations and all the best for next week in the German Bundestag. Dear colleagues, in Belgium, in Czech Republic, in France, I want to pay respect to Michel Barnier, who showed the French people how a good government should look like. And I want to also thank Antonio Tajani in Italy. He is a guarantor for a pro-European stable development of Italy. Dear colleagues, I cannot mention all 50 EPP parties and 16 associated parties. We are a strong family, but allow me to express only from 2 perspectives additional successes. One perspective is the external one. Dear colleagues, we are governing also in Switzerland with Gerhard Pfister. We are strong in the Western Balkan countries, in a lot of regions there. And soon Erna Solberg, here in front of me, has a good chance to become again Prime Minister of Norway. So we are also outside of the European Union extremely strong, and we are proud about this. And 2 successes are really close to me personally, dear friends. Of the last 3 years, I want to mention, and I want to remind us about what Donald Tusk told us 3 years ago. He was asking us, shall I go back home to Poland? Shall I pick up the fight against PiS and Kaczynski? And he did so. And he brought Poland back as a sovereign, strong country inside of our proud European Union. Thank you to Donald Tusk. And soon Rafał Trzaskowski will become president, and they will finalize their mission in Poland. And finally, to mention those who are really close to me personally, dear colleagues, a front-line country in the fight against Russian propaganda, developing a small and weakened country towards a proud European modern country. You know probably from whom I speak. I speak about Moldova, and I want to congratulate the amazing success story of Maia Sandu as re-elected president of Moldova. Congratulations to your success story, and all friends in Moldova. Dear colleagues, we made it, we did it. That's EPP at its best. And based on these national success stories, We also won impressively the European elections 2024. 1 year ago in Bucharest, we told people we are ready. We are ready. We voted for our manifesto based on our first item, that is listening. Listening to farmers, to entrepreneurs, to students, to pensioners, to all parts of our society. And for us, European democracy does not start in artificial citizens' forums, but right here in this Congress hall, where people and politicians from all over Europe come together. I want to mention our associations, YEP, the Seniors Union, our women's organization, the workers, the farmers, and many more. We are proud about this contribution. And I also want to mention our associations in the OSCE, the Parliamentarian Assembly, in OSCE, in the Council of Europe, in NATO. And Sari, I want to mention especially our mayors, because we are proud to be the Mayors' Party of Europe. The Committee of Regions plays a special role. Congratulations to all the colleagues there in this region. Dear colleagues, together with the whole presidency, and I'm proud about this team that we worked together the last 3 years, we delivered on content with our program. And after listening, not being populistic, but showing leadership, giving true answers, and defining the main ideas for tomorrow. Security, prosperity, and democracy were the 3 pillars of our electoral manifesto. And we secured as EPP, just to remind everyone, a democratic Europe. We stick to the lead candidate concept. Our lead candidate, Ursula von der Leyen, delivered a great and successful campaign. And just to remind everyone, 50 million people in Europe voted for us as European People's Party. Ursula von der Leyen convinced she has a strong mandate to lead in the future of Europe, and that's why we are so proud that she is re-elected as President of the European Commission. Thank you, Ursula, for what you did. And based on this mandate, also we secured the re-election of Roberta Metsola. Roberta, you stand for a new generation. You stand also for the modern way of doing EPP politics. Roberta, you should know your party is proud to having you in the lead of Europe. Congratulations to Roberta Metsola. And by the way, Ursula said it already, but I have to repeat it. By the way, 2 female presidents of the European institutions, one from the biggest country and one from the smallest countries. That's also EPP at its best, dear friends. Let's be proud about this. The EPP group in the European Parliament counts today 188 colleagues. We are the only centre party who won in the last European elections. And don't forget, not only because we won on national level with our EPP parties, because also I convinced further parties to join our family. I want to tell you that the expansion strategy we defined at the beginning 3 years ago worked. New colleagues from Denmark, from the Netherlands, from Czech Republic, they joined the EPP group in the European Parliament, some more liberal, some more conservative colleagues, today all of them EPP family. And I remember Friday after the European elections last year, it was the 14th of June, around 30% of Hungarian people voted for a new movement. It was a surprise, it was a success. The TISA party in Hungary was born, and I traveled to Budapest. I met Peter Magyar. You know, they had no party structure at all. We met in a business hotel in Budapest. And I told him the EPP is the party of Europe. The EPP is the party of rule of law. And your 7 MEPs elected in Hungary must join the EPP family. And yes, they joined the EPP family. And I tell you, in spring next year, the TISA party will end the politics of corruption in Hungary. Orbán will retire, and Peter Magyar will be the new face of Hungary in the EPP family. Yes, dear colleagues, we won. And after winning, as expressed already by several speakers today, it's about delivering. And that's probably the key message of Valencia. We work hard, we deliver, EPP is trustworthy. That is what we are expressing, that is what we are telling to people. Without us, dear friends, Europe would have followed the Greens in their fight against the single market and modern trade agreements like CETA. Imagine for a second standalone in Trump's world without any alternative trade agreements. We are the ones saving European economies. Without us, where would our industry and our jobs be if we would have followed the ideologically driven climate policy by Franz Timmermans? To protect climate is a key challenge for our generation, but we make climate policy in creating jobs, dear friends. Without us, what kind of landslide would the populists have won in the last European elections if we would have not changed the course on migration policy? 1 year ago, we finalized the Migration Pact. We signed agreements with Egypt and Tunisia. And, if needed, we as EPP were ready to build up fences in Finland, in Poland, in Greece, to stop instrumentalization of migration, dear friends. We reduced the number of illegal migrants by around 50%, and that's the method to fight against populists in Europe, to deliver on content. And most importantly, when it is about the question, without us, dear colleagues, war in Ukraine. Where would Europe's security be now without our contribution? Sanctions against the brutal dictatorship of Putin, our humanitarian assistance for our Ukrainian friends, arms supplies, an EU perspective, a clear EU perspective for Ukraine to join our union. Dear colleagues, we did it. Orban, Le Pen and Weidel are surrendering European interests for getting a picture with Putin. Today, we are building up the European defense builder. We are defending the European way of life. And first of all, our Ukrainian friends are doing so. And that's why it's such a privilege to have Petro Poroshenko, Yulia Tymoshenko, and Vitaly Klitschko among us. Thank you so much for all you do for us and for Europe. Dear colleagues, whatever Washington will do, we as EPP are on the side of freedom fighters in Belarus, Armenia, Georgia, Ukraine. They can count on us. Thanks to all of you, dear friends, Christian democracy is again in Europe's driving seat. That's in a way the summary of the last 3 years of EPP on European level. And let me, dear colleagues, express then what is next. Just like in a football game, every championship celebration is followed by a training camp. That's why I initiated 1 year ago our party reform. We will vote tomorrow on this, more the technical question, how to make our party more efficient. Politically, the tasks ahead of us are enormous or huge. An authoritarian wave is sweeping across the world and eating its way into Europe. A lot is at stake, dear friends. What are the others doing? Social Democrats give up on representing the working class. Greens and liberals are escaping only into nice city quarters of well-educated and privileged voters. The populists in Europe are strong because too many Democrats are weak, dear friends. And I spoke already about our EPP DNA. Listening, people's party at its best, then leading, giving a perspective, and delivering, being trustworthy. This is fundamental for us, but is it enough? I tell you, I think it is not enough. Everybody in this hall feels we are entering into a new historic phase. The era of the last 20 years, no question good years, that era is gone. Years of, I would call it, pragmatic individualism, a quiet technocratic policy understanding. We as EPP, we told people, we manage things, don't worry, we will take care about this, Europe is in good hands. Politics became, in a way, boring, also without alternatives. Perhaps the 2024 elections last year were the last ones we could win with such a political approach. Now, a new era is about to start. And to win the fight, we need to provide not only good facts and concepts, but also a desire for the future, hope and enthusiasm. Our main political competitors are the extremes from left and right, those fighting against Ukraine, against rule of law and against Europe. If we don't define the political aspiration, the bigger goal, our story, our narrative, the populists will set the agenda with their hate speeches, splitting and destroying. To win the fights, dear friends, we have to win the minds and the hearts of Europeans. And too many in politics simply say what they don't want. They are against Trump, against Green Deal, against gender ideology, against Europe. We, as EPP, have to be the party who tells people what we do want. And let's be more specific. The main task of our generation today is clearly defense, already mentioned by several speakers today. The common defense and foreign policy. In the 1950s, in the last century, Christian Democrats as de Gasperi, Adenauer and Schuman didn't speak about tanks or numbers of troops. They said that's a business for the generals. They spoke 7 years after the horrible Second World War. They spoke about making peace with the arch enemy, about forgiveness. They spoke about creating a European defense union, about the idea and the offer and the promise of lasting peace in Europe. 7 years after the Second World War. I can only say, wow, which political leadership was there behind. And let me be a little bit outspoken. Today, we speak about common procurement. You know what I want to say. I think we have to create a new narrative also on these issues. Until now, we only strengthen national armies with the decisions we made on European level. And we do this in a moment where the French right extreme is knocking on the door of the Élysée, and where in Germany the AfD gets around 25% in the polls. Dear colleagues, strong national armies and strong right extreme parties on national level, historically, this is frightening me. Don't get me wrong, national armies are fundamental for the future of our security architecture, but we have to add now a European shield. We need an architecture like the Euro was on the economic side. We need an architecture which makes our Europe not revocable and stable for the future. The same goes, dear friends. The same goes, dear friends, with economy. Christian Democrats invented the social market economy. And again, the idea was not to talk about technical issues, but how to defeat the communism. Social market economy won against communism. And today our economic answer has to beat the authoritarians. Is the Chinese model providing better success economically? Or is our social market economy providing better success? That's the level of challenge in front of us. And we must clearly translate this then also in the daily life of our citizens. Loneliness, for me, one of the top social issues in our society. Education in a Chinese TikTok world. And do you remember 20 years ago, your post officers, when he brought mail to your house? In my village, it was a man with a uniform, and we knew him, and there was a personal relationship. Today, the Amazon driver, do we really care about his or her working conditions? That is, in a way, the translation of these things. And finally, probably the biggest challenge for us in the way of doing politics. Everyone is today creating his own reality. Authoritarians are creating their own truth. They say freedom of speech allows also to work with lies. Dear colleagues, we believe facts are facts, and we do not play with truth. But let's be honest, there is a huge political battleground which we have to win in the next years in front of us. Dear colleagues, we We know and we feel things are fundamentally changing, and we have to provide answers. That's the reason why I, as a candidate for the president of the EPP, want to propose to you that we are writing in the next 2 years a new general center-right political program to give answers on these fundamental questions. The days after European elections is the right moment to do this now. In Rotterdam, I call the EPP the rock of Europe, the solid ground. Today, dear friends, in Valencia, I would call the EPP the beating heart of Europe to provide the good answers. We must win the hearts and the minds of Europeans. And finally, basic for us as political family, our families, communities are at the heart of our narrative. As you know, I come from a small village in Bavaria. It's called Wildenberg. We have 1,300 inhabitants there. There is one school. On one hill there is a Catholic church, St. Andreas. On the other there is a hill. On the other hill there is our historic castle. And in this small community in Bavaria we only have one shop. But I tell you, we have 4 bars in my community, so-called Wirtshäuser in Bavaria. So they provide brilliant, really delicious Bavarian beer. And I tell you this because this is also a fundament, a ground for creating unity, togetherness in my community. And this feeling of togetherness, of communities, is the foundation of our today's Europe. And next to this, sharing the same values about democracy, freedom, rule of law. Americans may have their American dream, but we, as EPP and as Europeans, we have something better. It's the European way of life. As European People's Party, we stand for the European way of life, probably like no one else is doing so in today's political landscape of Europe. Dear colleagues, last week we mourned the loss of Pope Francis. Roberta mentioned it already. Meeting him and speaking with him was for me a lifetime honor. Allow me also to quote him what he said in a speech in the European Parliament. To build Europe, it takes a strong inspiration, a soul. It takes dreams, it takes values, and a high political vision. That is our job description for the upcoming years. To give Europe the soul, the dreams Pope Francis spoke about. To stop the authoritarian wave and defend our European way of life. The EPP as the rock of Europe and also the beating heart of Europe. This is our mission, this is our job, this is our moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. Thank you for your inspiring words, for your clear plan to lead Europe also, the European People's Party. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to come for the final highlight of this first Congress Day. It's time to proclaim the result of the election, the president election. So may I therefore please ask for the voting committee chair, President Ms. Esther de Lang, tell us, you have already counted the votes, I guess, and you have already the result, I guess, so here it is.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear friends.
we've come to the moment in the evening where anyone standing at this stage stands between you and the dinner. I'm very well aware of that. I will therefore be very, very brief. The number of votes cast was 570. The invalid or blank votes were 7, which means that we have 563 valid votes. Voted with yes, 502. Voted with no, 61. That means Manfred Weber is elected with 89% of the votes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, dear friends, for this great result. It gives me a lot of motivation to continue our journey as European People's Party and open the next chapter. So thanks so much, and I formally also accept my election. Thank you for doing so. And now, dear friends, as re-elected president, I have now the honor and also the obligation to nominate and present a Secretary General for the next 3 years for our party political family. And dear colleagues, I want to present you today a politician who is an experienced politician, working since years in our family, close for the people of Europe. She is from the Catalan region. She knows how to fight also on the ground, on the competition there. She was responsible on all levels, for example, under the leadership of Mariano Rajoy. She was minister here in Spain. Now she is serving on the European level as member of the parliament, as vice president of the EPP group. She's a bridge builder, bringing things together. And dear colleagues, she's a big campaigner. I mentioned in my speech that Spain increased this number of seats by 50%, so they doubled the seats by 100%. So that's why she was the lead candidate last year here in Spain for Partido Popular. That's why she brings everything what you need to become a great Secretary General. And finally, as Ursula said it, she's the first female candidate. I want to propose to you Dolores Montserrat as next Secretary General of the European People's Party.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to all the leaders, the European People's Party leaders, to come on the stage to take a photo of the group. Please welcome to Manfred Weber, the newly elected president of the EPP. And after the photo, ladies and gentlemen, you will time to head for dinner at the beautiful Museo Las Ciencias. The buses are waiting for you outside at this Congress. So tomorrow, be on time. I remember you, we have an appointment at 9 o'clock in the morning. Be on time, please. This message is for the Spanish audience.